That's loud. Man, that ag tower time is not trivial. We gotta clock the prom ships collectors today. I've been meaning to do that for a couple days. I keep forgetting. It just barely reaches. I want to see exactly how long it takes to load the quads. Okay, reset the counter. Seriously? We're off to a great start today. God damn it, man. Let's find out what happens. Oh, it's already gone in this one. How long are we gonna have to wait? 5 minutes. Guess I gotta change the stream title, apparently. You had the 35K. You're still 109. How are you still 109? Wait, it's not that one. No, it is that one. You're 108. You're 108. You're 108. There were 2 ships still on 109. 5 and 9. You still have 50,000 eggs at 3 minutes. I bet it would have been fine if it was 108K. Okay, we need to like get the other Promethium ships, the ones that are remaining, updated to the new designs. Like 11 and 12 are the newest. 5 is now dead, so that means there's 2 ships. I still need to update. Don't worry, it'll blow up eventually, Shiva. It's not venting at all. There you go. Wish I could speed it up, but opening the editor won't help us. I can't, I can't run this any faster than it's running right now. How deep are you? Yeah, it's still pretty deep, too. Like, it's still at the full saturation. Or close to it. Area. Okay, so it did vent a little. units on it. I don't know how it still had this many at this point. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh no, more than that. I mean, it almost got them all. 10 seconds left. There's only 4 rows left. Dude, there's only 3k eggs. Yeah, and this time it survived. There's your RNG for you. There's your Factorio RNG. That time it survived. Didn't change anything. All I did was observe the result and I changed the outcome. Yeah, 108k would have definitely saved it. Yeah, okay, well. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna update the other 2 ships. Alright, give me a new ship again. Hopefully we have enough rocket turrets. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we know why quantum processors are included in the recipe. Wait, wrong one. You modded out the spoilage shit? It's a pretty big part of the game. But, yeah, so each their own. Okay, that should be more or less it. We were almost done last night. Oh, let me fix the power poles, yeah, because these ideally should connect. Can I maybe go back to substations? Maybe. It does actually cover everything from there. I did set these too. Yeah. Auto. What was I gonna do? There was something I wanted to buffer. There's something I wanted to buffer. I'm trying to remember what it was. We gotta handle this today too. Probably gonna do it as the very next thing. After the Quant Blade is done. Popo Wing, congrats on your 55. Is it better to craft them on a kilo? I've never understood the crafted in space. Like, there's those people, there's always occasionally someone who's like crafted in space. I've never understood it. Out of all the ingredients that it takes, 2 of them are basically native to a kilo, and a bunch of the other ones you have to ship to a kilo anyway. You have to ship processing units to a kilo regardless. You have to ship superconductors for the fusions regardless. Like, it's literally just the triangles. But I mean, like, I don't understand the whole crafting in space. You really can't craft them on a Promethium ship very easily. Because the real estate around the Promethium hub is already, like, so precious. So, like, what? You'd have a separate quant ship that then launches extra things from a kilo to space that normally wouldn't need to be launched. So then you're dropping them back down on a planet and launching them back up. It just doesn't make sense. Hey, Toxic. But yeah, I know some people do it, but it's just never made sense to me. But all my bots are like fucking perma stuck up here. Yeah, we gotta fix that next. It's making like it's making Vulcanus super slow to respond to anything I ask it to do. Yeah, that's the very next thing we need to do. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of empty space up here, but I kind of think, you know, we're more or less good for now in terms of setting this up. Alright, let's finish doing our concrete shit. Next week is gonna be fun, is it? Because of all the clocking? Yeah, this is the other one on 109K. Yeah, you need to go to 108. Almost lost another ship right there. Fucking 700 health remaining. We're off to a great start. Hey, Blackman. Okay. Oh. But yeah, as I was saying before the ship blew up, I was thinking of doing the whole hot floor on the bus, and I'm still mulling it over in my head, but the one thing I realized is I have a lot of other things which are branched off that cold fluoro. Right, like, it's not just the cryo and the quants. I guess it's really just the railguns, now that I look at it. Yeah, it's actually, like, just the railguns. Yeah, that actually is it, isn't it? Yeah, railguns, yeah, it's only 3 things, actually. I thought there was more. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of feel like I should do it. Yeah, like... Yeah, that's good enough for now. I might come back later today and, like, adjust it to be the high aircraft. We need to adjust these first, though, if we're making that change. But for now... do I even have these in here? Oh, I fucking had it under... Dude, some of my stuff is, like, all over the place. No, this should be under the kilo book. Because it's a kilo only. Oh, I forgot the, All right. Hello, clean my inventory. The bots be struggling. Yeah, at some point, probably sometime next week, I want to just sit down and, like, I want to just kind of just rearrange all of Aquilo. Like, essentially, you know, keeping all the parts as they are, just changing how they are arranged for shorter bot time. Mainly having the hub put at a closer spot to everything, especially the quads. So I'll probably wind up moving the silos and shit. Yeah. Just a general refactor. You stick this shit in here. Hey, Duck. Yeah, Vulcanus is... We have 4K bots, which should be plenty, but... It's all this shit up here that's... making them lethargic as fuck. Surprised I haven't bottomed out on orange with all these inactive silos. Alright, I'm gonna wait till this ship loads up and leaves. Okay, it just did. Alright, let's tear you down. completely out of bot energy. Honestly, I'm gonna just make 2 ships. We'll just keep 1 in dry dock, which is kind of how I did it last year. Just always have like 1 backup ship that's deliberately not operational in dry dock, and that's the one that we make changes to. And then if a ship blows up, it just gets sent out. So let's go ahead and make another 2 more. Gotta get this going soon. I've got ships waiting. Oh, it's thinner. Yeah, it's thinner than the old one. Almost. Come on. We're on fumes. 10 minutes. Yay, I see the first one spinning up. Hopefully we're good. That is enough, right? At 235? We're what, 30 times 8? 30 times 8 is what, like, it's like 240, isn't it? It's a tiny bit short, isn't it? Wait, it only needs to process the 14.9. What am I thinking? Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah. And they immediately start launching. Wow, that took forever to be created. Yeah, we gotta get to Vulcanus and fix that shit. Nice pond, you like it? You want to take a swim? It's nice and cool. We need ice fish. Sure, why not? 5 minutes swim, I'm done? Yeah, just don't forget to hold your breath. And I don't mean while you're underwater. After Vulcan? Well, we're doing it the opposite. We're going from a kilo to Vulcanus right now. Out of the freezer and into the frying pan. Not even gonna defrost? Hey, lava is the best defroster there is. My base bots are just completely... Yeah, look at all the fucking bot donuts around every single Roboport. Roboport power spike, not as high as I was expecting it to be, not gonna lie. I was expecting that to be the highest one, and the cryo is still way higher. Yeah, you can see, see all the old rocket silo spikes that we used to have? This is where you had the combined spikes of the silos and the cryos. Now it's just the cryos. kind of amazing how much power silos take and how easy it is to get it down. Well, maybe not easy, you know, you do need a high level of rocket prod, but yeah, the difference is kind of nuts. Nope. No, it's still a normal. The only planets that have legendary right now are Fulgora has one, and then Novus has 3. I don't think Novus really needs 3 anymore, though, yeah. Yeah, kinda. 2 would be 45 gigawatts. We have spikes up to 40. But yeah, Novus has 3. Vulcanus is also just off 1 normal right now. The highest it gets is like 5 gigs. Gleba is obviously a normal, yeah. But yeah, just haven't had a need to. Place on a lot of temporary roboports. I mean, I already have... Do you see how many roboports I already have on this planet? It's not that they can't find a roboport to charge at. Well, maybe these, because they're dumb. And all building up over here instead of going to the free ones over here. But, I mean, adding more roboports won't stop them from being dumb. Right? Like, if they're not gonna go to the ones here, what, like, you know, what am I supposed to do? It's just the fact they take forever to charge. Put this up, temporarily. So it defrosts a little faster. Not enough, it seems. You're the kind of guy who would pour water on an oil fire. Nuclear roboports. Oh, shit. Is it really too far? Yeah, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is the most aesthetic planet, that's for sure. Especially at night. Oh, speaking of night. I forgot the lights. Where do I want them? silos are really dark on these. But if I move the lights to the outside here, I can't do that on every single one because the bottom one has to be slightly different because of the cross connect on this. There's like no squares in here at all that are free, not even one. Huh? Oh. Here, let me just copy the top part, because the bottom part is slightly different in some of the blades. Oh, they're all working. That's a good sign. All fluoro lights are green. That's also a good sign. It means this is still keeping up for now. What did I just do? Honestly, I'm more surprised it just worked without any fucking mistakes. Usually there's at least something that goes wrong that I have to fix. But yeah, it actually just straight up worked. I finally made something that works! I need to have a redeem for that quote. Who even knows what I'm quoting? It works! It works! I finally invented something that works! Come on, someone's got to know that. I missed a part. It's just on the bottom, I think. One assembler post one requester? What are you talking about? Thank you, Ghoul. Yeah, I was losing faith in Twitch chat there for a minute. I was like, someone's got to fucking get it. Yeah, it was Back to the Future. Hey, what's going on? We have tons of quants? I thought we ran out of quants. Oh, it ran out of carbon fiber and it has carbon fiber in hand. Yeah, we're out of carbon fiber. Where are you? What is the C fiber? Everything should be 32k now. How much do you carry? Where the hell is it? I mean... You drop on other planets too, though. Yeah, you need to carry more than 32. Okay. Did it finally finish? I think it actually finished, yeah. 73 done. We're up to 74. We're almost up to 1 billion. And the research prod. Yeah, it's waiting for quants. No, I never found a mirror. I tried to farm one in Affliction, but I never got one. I farmed a couple Mage Bloods, Hinakora's Lock, but no, I never got a mirror. I am not a lucky person when it comes to those kinds of things. Like, I played Apex for years, I never got an heirloom kind of thing. There's a reason why I hate RNG games. I am inherently not a lucky person. What is it, calcite? I need more calcite. Yeah, while we're at Vulcanus, we need to set up more calcite launching. For sure. Oh, no, it's actually the science that's holding it up. Because it's the same ships that deliver both science and calcite, so if it gets held up for science, it gets held up for calcite, yeah. I mean, I still probably want to increase more calcite launching, too, though. Try to watch... Yeah. Yeah, I had to craft more, like something like... I don't remember. Over 1,000... fucking mech armors before I got the legendary. No white? No white what? But you also have to keep in mind, I play hardcore. I play hardcore in PoE, not softcore. You can juice. You can juice way, 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 way harder in softcore than you can in hardcore, obviously. But yeah, I tried in Affliction, which was a pretty juice-heavy league, to farm it. I played the league a couple weeks longer than I was originally planning to, because I wanted to see if I could get one to drop, but yeah. Nope. Yeah, don't get me started on Hearthstone, man. Like, I will never touch another card game again in my entire life. The most pay-to-win shit I've ever dealt with in my entire existence. Was it made Affliction? Oh, you didn't play it? There was the league mechanic of wisps where you could go into the wildwood and get a shitload of wisps, and they would apply to your map, and they would make your map much, 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 much harder, and like super, super rippy. Like if you didn't have like an insanely tanky character, you would just die. But yeah, you had the wildwood where you go in and get a shitload of wisps, and then there was the whole abyss thing with the multi-proj, where you roll multi-proj on your map, and then the Stygian spires from abyss would fire, you know, like multiple projectiles out, and each projectile would spawn mobs. So basically just insanely massive amounts of mobs with insanely massive amounts of juice. We would be running that shit using cast while stunned builds in jungle valleys, with Defiance of Destiny and all that shit. And yeah. You were way hung up. Yeah, everything's getting hung up on fucking... Everything's getting fucking hung up right now. Just go to a kilo. Yeah, we gotta go to Vulcanist. Alright, let's just do it. This should be good to go for now. My ship isn't here. Why are you at Gleba? Oh, I was picking up spoilage. Yeah, come. The current is the only league you played? Oh, yeah, I played PoE for like years. Many, many years. We're up to 4.2 million. So each level is what, like, it's not quite 100k, I think. I need to say exactly how much the levels are. But yeah, I mean, we could probably get to around 5 million with just research prod, honestly. So when we do scale up to 6 million, it won't be 6. It'll be like 7.5 or whatever. You don't need to highlight every message, dude, especially when chat is this slow. The current PoE league is compared to Affliction, yeah. I mean, the thing with me is, like, I'm not a big fan of the loot explosion leagues, usually. Like, there's many different kinds of people that play PoE, right? You know, the same way people play Factorio for different reasons. Some people play it because they enjoy speedrunning. Some people play it because they enjoy the complexity of modded Factorio. Some people want a Megabase. You know, some people just play casually and chill. It's like the same thing with PoE. People play PoE for different reasons. Like, the super juicy leagues, those appeal to, like, the gamble type people. You know, the people who play PoE because they just like the gambling aspect, right? They just want to pull the casino lever and see loot explosions. You know, these are the kinds of people that, you know, live to drop a mirror. They just want to keep pulling the lever over and over until so they see the divine explosion. I'm not that kind of person. That shit bores me. I'm not interested in just, you know, giant currency explosions, that kind of shit. That's boring. The PoE leagues that interest me are the ones that, you know, change how characters are built. The ones that add, like, depth to the game. Like, you know, I liked Delve because it added fossil crafting, changed how crafting worked. I liked Harvest for the same reason. I liked Delirium because, you know, Cluster Jewels changed how we build characters. Same thing with Affliction. The secondary ascendancies fundamentally changed how you built characters. Those are the leagues that interest me. But, yeah. The whole, loot explosion type gamers, which have become a larger and larger percentage of the player base over time. Yeah. That's not me. I mean, honestly, I should have the quant blades, like, in the middle. Like, I'm kind of putting them off to the side and then just going cryos, but it should actually be, like, the two quants right in the middle. Because those are the ones that technically have the most bot traffic. Anyway, we have a Vulcanist issue to deal with, so let's go handle it. Alright, White Science is low. It's not actually low. White Science is legendary, so we request a much lower amount. But the way the meter works is it applies the same thing to every science, and I can't be fucked changing it. But yeah, it's not actually low. Does the barrel hold you up at all? I might want to move where the barrel is. No, not really. It goes pretty quick. I still might want to move it, though. Hey, it's blue again. Some people like CBT. Everyone who could craft a bit loved Harvest. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Harvest was an interesting league. PoE 2x level 100 characters this league. First starter build. Second one, which one? Tried the Broken New Support Gem. Which gem? And what builds did you play out of curiosity? It makes me want to be listened to whenever you say something has some socializing issues. I could get that. I'm guessing you hate bigger Twitch channels then. Yeah, I try to read most everything that's in chat. I sometimes miss stuff, but... Wait, did I not get this started up? Wait, what happened to you? I swear I did the power on you. What? What is going on? Wait, don't remove the base, just remove this part. I don't know how that... I swear to God. I had that started up, but maybe not. Okay, you're almost good. Oh, the 150, 200? Oh no. We're getting there. Some days we're up there. The danger zone. What is that? That's like literally all tungsten. Oh, shit. This can be removed now. Okay. Let's find some nice empty space to work with. And let's start designing this, I guess. I don't really have a shape in mind or anything. So we're trying to design now is a standalone rocket part producer for Vulcanus. I don't know exactly how many parts per second I'm looking for here. But obviously very high level of direct insert. And I think maybe 20 a second should be good. And there's a lot of time for things to buffer. I think 20 seconds should be okay. And we'll already have the liquid metals coming in from elsewhere. Although maybe we want our own processing here. And then we're gonna need I'm thinking we do it like we did the prom ship. Like have just a horizontal row of beacons. Probably doesn't need to be very long. And then we just arrange everything in a circle around it. Minion pack? Oh yeah, Xander was telling me about that yesterday. Yeah, I was talking about how, like, I can't believe GGG was stupid enough to make a build where something does damage based off a life amount again. It's like, you know, it's been like 15 years since PoE became a thing and they still haven't learned their lesson. DD was broken for like over a decade. Like constant dominant skill in that game. That they never fucking nerfed hard enough. Duelist that one for the block depth since damage wasn't a problem? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they were smoking with that. Yeah, I mean, that's basically when I made that 3-hour rant video about PoE 2 when PoE 2 first came out. That was basically like a big part of my complaint. Was they keep fucking making mistakes that they should have learned their lesson like a long time ago. Yet they still keep fucking doing it. It's ridiculous. Pyrokinetic Fusillade Totems. Strength Stack Chaos. That one kind of sounds like it might be a bit of fun. I don't know. Totem builds have been like out of meta for a very long time. At least, you know, when I stopped playing. People still playing PoE 2? Apparently. Apparently. Alright, what all do I need? Increase the totem, you mean decrease the merge time? I see. I mean, one of the big issues was totem HP, though. Like, the totems would be, like, just instantly die if there was any amount of, like, mobs with, you know. Anyway. Ugh. You are still waiting on quants. Did you just drop? We seem to have a big carbon fiber problem. $940 into the current PoE 2 league alone? Wait, how long has the current PoE 2 league been going for? Mirrors in PoE 2 are 1900 divines? Jesus Christ. $9,500? Are mirrors just much rarer in PoE 2, or is it just like Massive divine inflation. Or both. The mechanic is printing. $10,000. Do people like not realize that if everybody can print divines, then you know it's like the same thing versus as if no one can print them, right? Like I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Shit's whack, yo. What's the last thing I'm missing? LDS. And that has prod, so... Okay, let's see how much direct insert we can do. So the LDS... Okay, we already know we have our, you know, standard-ish... blue chip thing that we always do, so that's not going to change. I don't need copper plate, I just need copper wire. And then you guys... also need to be DI'd. Yeah, we'll tap the existing ones. We'll just expand them. Fuck having an additional one. Should put this one down here. Let's start a new forever standard league? I mean, isn't that exactly how they do it in PoE 1, or what do you mean? Unusually good gear so that people are... Well, I mean, divines are still the same as in PoE 2 as they are in 1, right? They're just for rerolling uniques. Divines themselves don't have intrinsic value in terms of crafting. Like, only at the very high end for perfecting gear. Yeah, what crafting in PoE 2? Used for meta crafts? Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're used for meta crafts, yeah, but I mean, yeah. I don't know. Anyway. You're good now, right? Normal and magic basis? I mean, how do you even do, like, mid-level crafting in PoE 2, anyway? Because, like, I remember when I tried it, it was just lots of, like, picking items off the ground, like, putting an Aug Orb on it and hoping it hit. And then dropping it. It was fucking miserable. Exalt vision crafting. Yeah, about that. You make 16 a second even without a beacon. Yeah, you guys are the ones that need the beacons. Especially on the green chips. Augment and annul it till you get 2 right stats. Put in essence on it. Yeah, essences work differently in PoE too, don't they? They don't like reroll an item, they just add a mod or some shit, but only to a rare item, I think. I don't know. I played PoE 2 briefly when it like first came out. And I haven't touched it since then. That's the Metacraft? I don't know what Desecrate is, though. That's new. Guys, in order to make rocket fuel, I need fucking light oil in order for light to get light oil. I need to neutralize acid. And do steam condensation. And that. It's from the new Abyss? That's up to 32 now. That takes 160 though. Just want to shoot for like 20. That'll work. 27 a sec, 135, 178 covered. $14 covers that. I mean, that's definitely covered, and same with that. The Regal Org is a guaranteed 3-hour chaos with a special stat. And... Hey, Vader. A currency that is item slot specific? And when used, gives a veiled item. Okay. Which can be rerolled another desecrate? Well, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised that they had to add a ton to the crafting, because, yeah, the original crafting in that game was basically non-existent. Your rare political comment. Did I hear about the Hungarian election? I did, but I'm not familiar with the. I'm not familiar with the other guy's stances and shit. Like I'm not familiar with the guy who won. But yeah, I did hear that Orban lost. Other guy's a hardliner? Yeah, I have heard that both of them are, like, you know, pretty right-wing. But, yeah, I'm not familiar with either of them. Like, I'm not super familiar with either of them, really. So I can't say if it's a good or a bad thing. He's a pro-Ukraine guy? Orban or the new guy? Like, as I said, I'm really not that familiar with either of them. Other guys sort of fix up every fuckery what Fidesz did. New guy's a super majority, so it's carte blanche. It's a good thing? Oh. Well, we'll see about that. Orban is pro-Russian while the other winner is pro-Europe. I mean, that doesn't tell you that much right off the bat, either way. It's a huge win for democracy. We will see, I guess. We will see. But, I mean, I've heard the new guy is, like, you know, basically just, you know, another right-winger, just another flavor, so... I don't know if I would get my hopes up too high. But, yeah, I have said I'm not, like, as I said, like, I'm not super familiar with either of them, so... Why is my ice... Are we out of ice on... I think we might be out of ice. Can you go pick up some ice? From the ice planet. Build a government system for over 16 years to keep the majority in government in power. Well, clearly he didn't do a good enough job. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'd be interested in hearing like what the actual policies are, as opposed to just vague, pro Russia, pro Ukraine, like, kind of stuff, or pro Russia versus pro Europe kind of stuff, right? Because the thing is, like, at the end of the day, I really would not get my hopes up for, some right wing neoliberal being replaced with another right wing neoliberal, as is what frequently happens with these kinds of situations. But yeah, as I said, I'm not familiar with his policies or really the internal state of Hungary at all. Like, I tend to mainly focus on conflict zones, like where shit's really going down. That's my main focus. So like right now, it's like Middle East and Iran, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I can't say I'm like, as I said, I'm not like super familiar with the Hungarian internal politics. So Trump won't let anyone go now? What do you mean? We're talking about Hungary, the Hungarian election. I don't believe shit is. We need to see real actions. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like, words mean nothing. Words mean nothing. And just like, neoliberal austerity politics has never really worked out well for any country that's ever tried it. So if it's just going to be more of that, then yeah, I wouldn't get my hopes up, but Vance being sent places to influence outcomes, yeah. I mean, anyone who's been following that shit, like even in the slightest, would have known that the talks weren't going to amount to anything. The U.S. demands were insanely maximalist. It's like the same shit like with Russia and Ukraine. Like the Western demands are just like insanely maximalist because they're not like interested in seeking peace. It's the same thing here, where yeah, they were basically demanding Iran give up like every last bit, every nuclear enrichment, dismantle their enrichment program entirely, give up the uranium, give control of the Strait of Hormuz to the U.S. Like, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Israel does the same thing every single time there's a ceasefire in Palestine. Their demands are always like hyper maximalist and completely divorced from reality. The other side is like, LOL, is this a joke? And then, when the other side rejects it, they're framed as being, not willing to talk or not willing to come to the table, when it's the West demands that are always like super unreasonable. Neoliberal UK worked out well? Did it? Did it? The country where you get arrested for saying free Palestine? It worked out well, huh? Everyone in Israel, you can believe us for now. But Putin and Trump lost a lapdog that fucked up Europe. I don't know. I mean, if someone's familiar, give me a quick crash course. What did Orban do that really fucked up Europe? As I said, like, I can't stay up to date on every single fucking country's politics in the world, right? Especially their internal politics. So generally, if a country is not really having much external impact, they're not something I focus on, right? Like, I can't stay, I try to stay informed, but no one can possibly stay informed on every country's in the world's internal domestic politics. So, yeah. Yeah, I saw the blockade thing. I'm gonna write a decent bit about it tomorrow or day after when I get a chance to in the channel, in the Discord channel. I mean, but yeah, like it's getting cartoonish, and that war it's gonna reignite, like without a doubt. Like the U.S. is still moving massive amounts of troops to the Middle East. By the way, they haven't stopped. There's still huge amounts of equipment and manpower being shipped to the Middle East. I think they're going to try some kind of land invasion at some point. Yeah. Yeah, the West sets rules for other people that they don't follow themselves. You know, it's the rules for thee, but not for me based order. And you know, more and more nations are seeing through the bullshit right now. Blocked every vote and resolution that did hurt Russia? He'd veto anything in the EU Parliament that Russia didn't like. Okay. So he was consistently aligned with Russia. Alright. Okay. I need to get you operational. You almost ready? I don't even know where I put ice into the network here. Oh, he's just here. But this doesn't have a voiding system, so it only makes ice when it makes... Whatever. That's probably plenty. Just... Yeah, just grab that and come. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, the thing is, you have to remember a lot of the times when a lot of these people get replaced, like, the one thing I will say is, like, they're not necessarily going to suddenly act in the people's interests. Like, oftentimes it's just one competing arm of the ruling class replacing another arm of the ruling class. And, you know, instead of things suddenly being done in the people's favor, it's just going to be done, you know, for a different group of corporations or a different group of billionaires or a different group of oligarchs, right? Like, the same way, like, how in the U.S., you know, the Democrats and the Republicans are essentially both backed by, you know, corporate interests. But there are differences in which corporate interests represent which groups, right? Like, the Democrats are somewhat, not necessarily, this isn't a hard rule before anyone tries to go, but what about, you know, some shit? But generally, the Republicans, you know, see a lot more donations from things like fossil fuel companies, and the Democrats see more donations from tech companies. Right, because... like, the tech companies are more interested in soft power kind of thing, whereas, like, the oil companies are more interested in hard power kind of thing. This is a big fucking generalization, but I'm trying to just, you know, give you a quick illustration of how things kind of work. It is different how you not make a Merlin. I mean, name some of the new guy's policies. I've asked it a couple times. But, like, what are some of his policies? Like, what does he plan to do? Like, what was his platform? Like, you know, what has he actually said that he's going to do in terms of concrete policies and not just nebulous, you know, statements that don't actually mean anything? You know, that's the real question when it comes to that kind of stuff. Saw a really good YouTube about a proposed foreign policy, really entertaining. Thomas Barnett rethinking America's military strategy. I mean, the thing with a lot of these, like, YouTube creators is they don't fundamentally understand what drives these things to begin with, because they analyze it as just like a surface level thing. They don't have, you know, a deep understanding of imperialism or how it functions. So that kind of, it's why you get these articles that just, and I'm not saying the one you're talking about is like this, but the number of times I've been told to watch a YouTube video and it's just some, surface level thing where it's, like, oh, we need to stop the American adventurism, no more foreign wars, etc., etc. But it's like literally zero mention of imperialism, who it actually serves, or the deeper financial forces that are driving this stuff to begin with. It winds up being completely absent. It's this pithy, surface level analysis that doesn't ultimately explain anything. Pretty much the same ideology as Orban, but not corrupt. Part of Fidesz. Is Fidesz the political party? That's the second time someone's mentioned that word. I thought it was a person, but the way you phrase it maybe thinks it's a political party. "99% of the stocks are just pretending politicians act in the interest of the country and people." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like, there's lots of very naive analysis out there. The YouTube is from 15 years ago, and he's a PhD on the stuff, also entertaining as hell. I mean, having a PhD in this kind of stuff doesn't really mean shit. That's the problem. Because when it comes to political, science and political theory, there's plenty of people who just regurgitate, Western propaganda and are just given PhDs because, they're basically just reiterating what the ruling class wants to hear. Right? The people that actually fund the universities, they're just, regurgitating the whole, billionaires good, completely free market good, regulation bad, taxation, on corporations bad, give blowjobs to the job creators kind of bullshit that got us into this mess to begin with. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I cite people who have PhDs in theory as well, right? I'll cite, people Parenti, Finkelstein, Hedges, etc., etc. But pretending there's some consensus amongst, PhD, political analysts is obviously, not true in the slightest. There's lots of hacks with PhDs out there. That's the unfortunate truth. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can write it down, I guess. Here. What's his name? But, I will kind of let you know that I have been recommended lots of YouTube videos in the past, and I'm not I haven't been super impressed by any of them. Okay, I read the description, and this is just fucking weird. I read the description, and it's what the fuck is this? Outlines a post-Cold War solution for the U.S. military, breaking in two. He suggests the military form into two groups: a Leviathan force, a small group of young and fierce soldiers capable of swift and immediate victories, and internationally. This is pure fucking ideology. This is this description is not very encouraging. This just sounds like pure, the dude went to the ideology store and just, grabbed a couple random things. That's not exactly, yeah, I don't know. Any talk about how the U.S. military functions without any mention of American imperialism or what drives it is going to be completely intellectually bankrupt. They just thought it was an excellently presented thing. But it's like the U.S. military is never gonna break up. This is like the same kind of like, pure just completely divorced from the material reality ideology of people that go like, we just need to get the money out of politics. We just need to vote in better candidates that are going to get the money out of politics. Yeah, we've been trying to get the money out of politics my entire life, 40 fucking years now. How's that been working out? Is there a single candidate like even close to getting money out of politics? No, because the system is designed to keep the money in politics. You cannot get the money out of politics without restructuring the system itself. You literally have to change the system at its core. He is not war for oil's sake. Do you guys want to listen to a bit of this? Should I put it on for like 10 minutes or so? No, no. Two immediate no's. Give it 2 minutes. Only 2? Okay. The scene between war and... I fucking hate people that talk like this. I can't stand people that talk like this. That just say these, like, just say these words with confidence. That doesn't mean anything. What does this scene between war and peace fucking mean? What does that even fucking mean? Like, what is... Why is he out of breath? Oh my god. Help. Of course, no talk about what the actual role... I mean, I guess this is 2008, so this was back in the era where people actually thought planes actually meant something. Yeah. Nobody we can't take down, except Iran, apparently. This guy's trying too hard to be funny, and he's not funny. Like, I don't know. I'm not... Like, what's the point? Oh, and who gets to decide what's a politically bankrupt state, huh? Who gets to decide that? I wonder. All I'm hearing from this is like he just thinks that the U.S. military could be better arranged to affect the goals of American imperialism while having literally fucking zero understanding whatsoever of what's actually driving everything and how it works. I mean, this is in part why I created the Discord channel. By the way, like I've been posting a lot of like longer form stuff, both in terms of like what I've been typing out and stuff I've been linking. I've been trying not to flood the channel with too much at a time. I try to post like a bit every week, so that people have time to catch up and everything. Lately, obviously, I've been writing a lot about what's been going on in the Middle East. But yeah, I mean, there's just way better analysis you can get than stuff like this. This is, I'm not hearing anything interesting here. It's just like he doesn't seem opposed to the idea of American imperialism at all. He just, is like we should restructure the military slightly so it might, my ideas would let it be, imperialist a little bit harder. But this is the kind of guy who like, genuinely thinks that, we go after all these governments because they're oppressing the people. Like, I bet you this guy, like, actually thinks the reason why we're at war with Iran is because they're oppressing the people or some fucking bullshit like that. Like, I don't know. Like... Yeah, Smitty, yeah, pretty much, exactly. I 100% guarantee this guy has no idea what dialectics actually means. With the top YouTube comments, I mean, it's fucking Ted from, like, years ago. So, I don't even know. It reminds me of Professor Jiang. Like, it reminds me of an earlier version of Professor Jiang, honestly. Just putting bullshit on a fucking projector and then, talking like a professor and, basically people who have not very high understanding of this kind of stuff, like, think that he knows what he's talking about because they have no grounding. But yeah. Jump to 20 minutes? Okay. I'll give it a few more minutes, but I don't know how much more of this I want to listen to. I really don't care for him constantly trying to be fucking funny. This is serious shit. Like, him constantly... This isn't a comedy show. Like, this is what determines whether people live or die. This determines, which kids get bombs dropped on them. So him constantly trying to like crack jokes is kind of fucking like, I don't know. Like I feel like he spent more time trying to make shitty jokes than he has made actually giving points, but yeah. I hope I don't get a fucking copyright notice for showing this. Yes, we're gonna. The U.S. Navy is going to tolerate itself being divided into. YouTube might be muted. It'll be muted. It's the video that I keep getting the notices for. If I show some videos, like it first happened with that Nightwish music video that I showed. It happened again with the Bo Burnham video that I showed. The audio is getting muted, but I'll get copyrighted on the fucking video content. It's fucking ridiculous. This is pure ideology. Yeah, so my initial impressions were basically right. His whole idea is this completely unrealistic and utterly divorced from reality proposal that the U.S. military will allow itself to be broken into, and somehow it being broken into will somehow serve American imperialism better. Like he's not only divorced from reality in like his proposals, but he has zero objection to all the bombs we drop. He just thinks we should be more efficient in how we drop them. But yeah, I thought we were allowed to react. It really depends on the channel. It depends on what's being shown. Like YouTube, Twitch is a lot more lenient than YouTube. It's why a lot of people who do like political commentary, do it on Twitch, and not YouTube, right? Like a lot of the big time political streamers, you'll notice they don't dual stream like I do. Because YouTube is super fucking ultra strict. Like way more strict. Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think my initial impression was correct. About that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, if you want to like hear like long form stuff that actually gets into the meat and potatoes of things, that actually has proper analysis, as I said, like, I try to post like something on the Discord channel previously, and if that's not enough for you, then I can DM you like more stuff. But I deliberately hold back with how much I post on the Discord channel because I'm trying not to just swamp people with like 10 million links that are all like an hour or 2 hour long videos, right? I'm like giving like a little bit of each week so people can stay caught up. But yeah, anyway. The funniest thing about Professor Jang is pretending to lecture in an empty room and he occasionally asks for questions of his audience and goes nobody. Yeah, I don't know. Jang is just like a total quack. He's just a complete quack. I don't know. I remember like when he first of all, he definitely got artificially boosted. Like, I don't think it was like him that, botted himself or anything like that. But he definitely was artificially boosted by, those in control. For sure. Because, like, his channel, like, got, like, just crazily, like, boosted in a very short amount of time. But, yeah, if you listen to him for any, like, even you don't even have to listen for that long, honestly. But he just says stuff that is just unbelievably, insanely wrong, right? Like, just... Like, I think one of my favorite quotes from Professor Jiang that he said, where I just started laughing my ass off, and, like, I was just like, this guy is just completely clueless, I think at one point he said communism benefits transnational capitalism. And I just like, I fucking like spit out my drink all over my keyboard when I heard that. Because it was just so utterly divorced from the reality of the past 100 years that, like, how do you even address something like that? But yeah, anyway. Why does the conflict in living styles of third world different cultures matter for American politics? No, it does matter because, like, the more different those living styles and cultures are from the Western cultures and politics, the easier it is for Westerners to be racist against them. A big part of why a lot of this is tolerated is because people, a very, you know, the overwhelming majority of people in the West do not see people outside the West as even being fundamentally human. You know, they won't say it in those exact words. They'll couch it in, you know, coded language, saying like, oh, I don't think the people are human or subhuman, I just think their culture is garbage. Or I don't think the people are bad, I just think their government is garbage. Of course, ignoring the fact that, say, you know, 90% of the people support the government, and ignoring the fact that, you know, every government, every country in the world has the government they deserve. I fucked up somewhat. Maybe a little bit. You open the can of worms. They're all over the place now. Things like means implicit. Yeah, you cannot bomb a country into, like, this has never really happened where you can just bomb a country into surrender. Right? Like any, like, bombs are always supplemented by like a ground invasion force. This idea that you can just bomb a country into submission, like, has never really worked. And never really worked, right? Autocratic in nature? The fuck does autocratic in nature even mean in the context you're using it? I mean, I don't even. Yeah, I'm not. I'm trying to, like. We're not gonna dive into political theory here, because we'll be talking about it for the rest of the damn stream. Okay, you need to go to Gleba, and then a kilo. Back and forth. I'll do Gleba and Fulgora briefly. That's a very different kind of bomb. Fulgora is a bit low. Do we have... Yeah, we do. Alright, go back to that. Which is more realistic at happening? Separation of the military or changing the meat and potatoes of Imperial? Neither. Yeah, neither are realistic of happening, yeah. Yeah, that is correct. Not in the near term. Autocratic is essentially a meaningless word. "90% of people don't care outside what is happening about their town family." Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like around like 80%. I usually like to say like something like 80% of people are just completely, like, you know, consumed by, you know, maximalist self-interest and don't give a shit what is happening, you know, in the world around them, even if their country and their tax dollars directly support, you know, atrocities or whatnot. They just don't care because, as I said, like, it builds off the mentality that, you know, people outside your country aren't generally seen as, well, people. Once was autocratic a meaningless word? What does it mean then? It's basically a purely politicized word. It's become a completely politicized word like terrorist. It is only used in a negative fashion to describe governments or groups that the West does not agree with. Right? Like, you notice how terrorist is always used to describe actions of people that oppose the West, but nobody who's ever aligned with the West? It's the same thing with autocratic. You don't hear autocratic being used to describe, any Western country or Western policies or anything like that ever. It's always used to describe, it's essentially a thought-terminating cliche in the same sense. It exists to get you to stop thinking about something, not to get you to think, not to get you to think about it. What am I missing? It's the ice, yeah. About one person with absolute power? Okay, by that definition, even Nazi Germany was not autocratic. Like, absolute power has almost never existed, and it's a very idealistic way of looking at governments. It leads you to false conclusions, like thinking that, like, oh, if you time traveled back in time and killed Hitler, like, Nazi Germany wouldn't have happened. No, Nazi Germany would have still happened. You would have just had someone like Goebbels, or Goering in charge instead of Hitler. Like, any government that exists in power does so because it is supported by a broad political base that keeps it in power, and a popular base beneath that keeps that broad political base in power. Like, this is exactly what I say by it being a meaningless word. Like, you give a definition that is literally, like, never applied in human history. But yeah, wood ghoul set. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. How many ships do I have? 5. Well, I have 4 right now because one blew up at the start of the stream. That's why I'm trying to get this one online. I don't know what the intended purpose of autocracy is. It arguably used to have a definition like decades ago, but as I said, it's the same thing with the word like terrorist or something like that, or authoritarian. It's a completely politicized word that just is used to, as a substitute for the word bad, and only used to describe people who oppose the West. You'll never hear these words be used to describe Western aligned interests. This is the level of, this is the level of Kool-Aid we are all collectively drowned in. Had nothing to do with communism. I mean, I'm trying hard not to get into the whole, like, political theory thing here. But, I mean, most people can't even define capitalism. Forget about socialism, communism, or any of that. Like, most people can't even define capitalism properly. Even though they live in capitalist countries, they literally can't define it properly, so, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to highlight how these words, have effectively lost all meaning and just used to describe, some generic negative as opposed to having any actual true definition anymore. Can't get worse? I guess not. The Nazi word is also meaningful? I mean, somewhat, yeah, but the forces that drove those kinds of ideologies have not gone away, and in some places they're stronger than ever, so... Yeah, pretty much something like that. The theory was screwed with people with greed. It was screwed by revisionists and reactionaries within the party that weren't adequately purged and eventually took power. But I mean, the Soviet Union was far from perfect. You know, no country is perfect. But it was not a one-party. It was not a one-ruler absolute dictatorship. It's funny. The CIA even, like, you know, admitted that. I can link you the document. I still think that those wand powers should never get in all systems. I find that phrase is often said by people that don't actually want to change anything in society. That think society is essentially as good as it gets. And that there aren't any systemic problems that need adjusting. Like, do you really look around at how things are, the way they are, both in the world and the country you live in, and think that, like, this is the absolute best, you know, things can absolutely be? People that want to... I don't know what you mean by that greater than less than symbol. I'm not familiar with that. Or what shorthand you're trying to use there. Well, usually we use exclamation mark equal. Saying that you need power to affect change. You do realize that, right? How do you plan to affect change in society without gaining power? Those voted in power should be forced to use only public services and divest their wealth? Oh, I can absolutely get behind that. But again, it's one of those things where, you know, good luck actually enforcing it because... Right, like, the people that benefit from those kinds of things are the ones in power. Alright, I think that ship should be good now. Why are we so up and down right now, though? You potatoed again? Fuck's sake. Talking about people who want power for themselves? I mean, how like... it's fucking doing the thing, like, we never fixed this, did we? This shit, yeah. Well, I need to implement the solution that, like, Andy did. Fuck, let's go to Gleba. I need to resolve that. I can't have that not running while we're talking. At the very least, the science must run. But the same logic, liberalism is entirely autocratic? Yeah, I mean, as I said, like, there's a reason I don't use that word. How do I keep them from being too close to another? The bathroom key spaces them out. Only one ship is allowed to be, you know, on the interior at a time. So one ship goes to novice, gets the eggs, comes back out, then another ship comes in, and that's how they get spaced out. France Revolution, yeah, but the French Revolution was a bourgeoisie revolution against the monarchy. Essentially, it was a revolution against, you know, as you said, like, the wealthy parts of the merchant class against the monarchy. It was not a popular revolution in the same way like the Chinese or the Soviet or the Cuban revolutions were. Right? It was a ruling class revolution, or it was a, you know, it was essentially a capitalist revolution. It's the same thing with the American Revolution. It's why those are the ones they teach you about in school, right? And those are the ones that get celebrated and seen as the good revolutions. Because it was, as you said, the merchant class overthrowing the monarchy, not the people overthrowing the merchant class. There were some things I wanted to do with you. Well, I want to drop to Gleba. And then you go to Vulcanus and drop the ice. Wasn't even a popular revolution to begin with? It was, though. It was not a liberal revolution. Like, what? This is just... That's not true. Where was it? I put it somewhere. Oh, this one, yeah. Alright, let's try this. You probably need to change to... What is going on here? Yeah, the 1905 revolution was not the same as the 1917. It's important not to conflate them. I think Bloody is eating all your deciders. I mean, maybe we should stop snacking on them. Okay, what the hell is going on here? This was Andy's little thing that he tried to come up with to fix the issue. So you're reading just that segment. Red is all, green is just the edge. And it's doing, if red spoilage is greater than green, and green equals 0. Output fruit and a minus on the spoilage. I don't think that should be there. It might have settled. Let's see. We can try it. But I don't understand, why is this outputting so much right now? Was there actually spoilage there that I didn't see? Nuclear bombs as a form of imperialism is the only reason why full-on global conflict no longer occurs. I mean, we're literally seeing like a full-on global conflict emerge right now as we're speaking. If you think like, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Like, conflicts never really stop, but we just never saw a full-scale nuclear one. Yet. I say yet because, I mean, with the way things are going right now. I mean, I don't think there'll ever be like a full-scale nuclear one, but yeah. Nuclear weapons have only enabled certain countries to essentially bully others. Like, just look at, you know, what we're doing to Iran right now. Right? Like what the US and Israel are doing to Iran. It's the people who have the nuclear weapons that are doing the invading, that are doing the imperialism, that are doing the bullying. Everyone with a brain keeping out of it, they're getting dragged into it though. They're getting dragged into it, and right now Trump, like with his like the U.S. is going to blockade the strait now, is essentially trying to drag other Western countries and non-Western countries into the conflict to open the strait for him, because you know he knows he can't do it without essentially a land invasion of Iran, which is going to be a complete disaster for the U.S. military. And is going to be insanely unpopular at home. Like, you should see the numbers on the popularity of the Iran war. Most of the time when these conflicts start, like, usually the US people are, like, in favor of them at the start, and then popularity fades over time. But, with this one, like, popularity is extremely low. What is even going on? Did he screw up a wire? Why is this reading the belt at all? I think he messed up a wire in there. Yeah, I can't understand why that's reading that. I think that should do it. Look at Iran and Israel. You have a blood oath? A blood oath? You really think that this is some, like, religious blood battle or something? That's not what's going on at all. That could not be further from the truth in terms of why this conflict is where it is. Blood oath? Like what, dude? You're like, don't tell me you actually think this is because, like, some Judaism versus Islam thing, because that could not be further from the truth. What did I just do? Okay, hopefully that does it. We'll see if it jams in like half an hour or whatever. I see fruit making it to the end now, so that's a good sign. I think the pilot light went out though, yeah. Genuinely hope Canada doesn't bail out the U.S. Bail out the U.S. with what? With what? Canada is a country of only 40 million people. It would be a large state if it was part of the U.S. Like, my own state is what, like 30 million? It's not, I don't even know. What the hell is the population of California? But it's not that much smaller. Alright, back to Vulcanus. Where's my ship? Damn it. I need my ship! Jim, I'm trying to be as polite and direct as possible. Literally everything you said is wrong. That's not how this conflict started. That's not what the history is. That's just a pressure valve that exists that gets pushed on people that like start to see that, you know, what Israel is doing is bad. It just becomes, oh yeah, it's just a religious thing, like they're both just bad, both sides bad. There's never been a conflict in human history where both sides are equally bad. Not one. There's never been one where they were even close to being equally bad. Not one. Like, that is not the history of what happened at all. That's not the history of how this came to be. This is something I wrote very extensively about in the Discord channel. Like, again, it's the reason I created this channel, so I could go, like, you know, so there could be, like, a permanent record of, like, all this kind of stuff I'm trying to explain. And, you know, not just a thing of, like, oh, you have to catch one particular stream to understand it, right? So if you really, like, want to know what happened, you can message me on Discord and request access to the channel. But I'm warning you right now, like, what the way you're describing it is a purely idealistic way of looking at, you know, what happened. But that's not how it happened. Muslims and Jews were largely living in peace together at the turn of the century. There's a certain event that happened that destroyed that peace. And it's never even been, even at that level, has never really been a Muslim versus Jew thing. Ever. Did I fix the end of the spoilage at the end of the belt situation? I'm working on it. I just implemented Andy's solution. It didn't work right initially, but I think I managed to fix what might have been wrong with it. So, we're going to keep an eye on it. Maple syrup? Yeah, they're going to sell off their maple syrup reserves and financially bail out the U.S. Yeah, pretty much. They're going to cash in on that maple syrup. Didn't this escalate due to the Gaza church massacre? What Gaza church massacre? But yeah, like, no, this is heavily about the history in the region, especially about the history of Iran. Like, do you know what happened in 1953, Jim? Do you know what happened in 1953? It's very close. California is 39. Canada, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Canada would be a large state. Why make the channel private? Because this is a gaming. This is a gaming stream first and foremost. This is a gaming stream first and foremost, and you know a lot of people join Discord to discuss Factorio or looking for blueprints. And B, because I'm not holding back in that channel. Like, I'm not tiptoeing around any of the facts. Like, the channel is basically a place for me to, like, you know, and other people to discuss what the actual verifiable truth is. And the thing is, like, the truth is often very unpopular. The truth is often things that people don't want to hear. Because, like, you know, people don't realize it, but you've been bombarded by propaganda all your life. Especially if you live in a Western country. You are surrounded and bombarded in it. You are immersed in it constantly. And you don't really think about it or analyze it because it's essentially a default that everyone accepts. And yeah, as I said, I'm in there, like, I'm just sticking to, like, hard facts, regardless of how uncomfortable they are to hear. So I have it privated because I want it to be visible for only people that actually, have a good faith interest in learning more about this kind of stuff. There's lots of bad faith people who, they're not really interested in learning anything. They just want to hear a validation of their own biases and worldview. And that's not what I'm here to do. That's not what I'm doing there. I'm trying to stick to the verifiable facts, both in the present material sense and the historical material sense, so that we have a place to discuss, the actual state of reality, and not some idealized version of it that doesn't actually exist in the real world. Politics is a game, though, isn't it? Not wrong. Not wrong. I literally don't care enough about the conflict. Yeah. No, and see, like that's fair. That's fair. Like that just shows that you're engaging in good faith. If you were to like double down and go like, no, I like they're both evil religious conflict. That would be you're engaging in bad faith. Right? It would mean you've already made up your mind. The fact that you're able to like understand that this goes a lot deeper than that, that just shows you're engaging in good faith, and that's a good thing. And I encourage that. And that's why, I'm willing to engage, when people say stuff that is not necessarily true. It's not because I'm trying to fight them, it's because I'm trying to help teach them. But yeah, if you want to know more about the history, I wrote a lot about it in the channel. In fact, the first thing I started out in that channel was literally the history of Iran. So if you want like a crash course, yeah, DM me on Discord and I can add you, but the channel is something you need to request to be added to. People can more easily avoid a Discord channel than a Twitch stream? Yeah. Yeah, I know that too. But I view the Discord channel as, the supplement to the stream. Right? Like, if you're genuinely interested in this kind of thing, then you might be interested in what we're talking about there. But, as I've said, and as I will warn, we don't shy away from the truth because it's uncomfortable. Or because it contradicts, existing narratives. Oh. But yeah. It is a long chain of events. Well, kind of a long chain of events, but as I said earlier, there's never been a conflict in human history where both sides are equally at fault, or even remotely close. There's always one side that is much, 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 much more greatly at fault, and the other side is getting demonized for simply fighting back. God, look at that calcite. Holy shit. Alright, nice. We flattened out. So hopefully Ag is stable now. '80s bangers? I don't think Gunship is, Or no, sorry, not Gunship. Oh, never mind. This is a... Sorry, I'm fucking getting my songs mixed up. Ignore me. Ignore me! Anyway. This is all your fault, Vader. I just want to make that clear. Alright, that's covered. Yeah, that's covered. 14, 178, 13, 135, 103, 65. Yeah, you're good, you're good. You're good, the rest is metal. Okay, so that's basically what we want for the blue chips. Fuck, I need to crack it all the way to petroleum, too. I'm not even thinking about that. $1953. 1953. What happened in Iran in 1953? Is, well, half of the current route. There's two halves of the current conflict. One half has to do with what happened in Iran in 1953, and this is the American imperialism arm of the conflict. And the other half has to do with, well, Israel and how it acts in the Middle East and what it was put there to do in the Middle East, ultimately. And unfortunately, like, there's kind of no time left to tiptoe around what the true nature of Israel is, because I don't know if you've noticed, but like I feel like I understand that, like, you know, most people don't keep up with this kind of stuff. Most people really don't understand how fucking bad things are right now. Most people don't understand just how badly this shit can escalate right now. Like, every single path that can possibly be taken forward right now only leads to escalation at this point. There are no brakes, there is no off-ramp. Like, Israel will not stop with their Greater Israel project. You know, Trump's ego will not let him accept any kind of retreat that, you know, that makes him look bad. So, you know, the whole fucking hullabaloo about, oh, world nuclear war, the whole idea that, like, if a nuclear weapon went off, every fucking country in the world would start firing nukes is pure idealistic delusion, right? Like, that's never gonna happen. The worst thing that can happen if a nuclear weapon goes off, the absolute worst thing that can happen is nothing. The absolute worst thing that can happen is that, you know, there's just some loose condemnations and whatever, but there's no significant material change. That's the worst thing that can happen. And we are closer to that situation now than we have ever been, you know, for the past, like, 80 fucking years or so. Like, and this isn't, like, a fringe thing anymore. It's something I usually have deliberately avoided talking about because, you know, there's lots of hysteria about it and lots of, like, oh no, this is gonna lead to some fucking, like, you know, mushroom cloud, yada yada. But we're at the point where World Health Organization officials have basically said that they're straight up preparing for the potential of a nuclear event. You know, we're at the point where, you know, American political analysts and commentators are basically saying, like, there's a very real risk of something like that happening. And we're at the point where, like, you know, literal, like, Israeli, like, TV, like, you know, anchors and shit are straight up calling for the use of those weapons. Like, we are in very dark times right now, which is why I, you know, started that channel and started discussing all this to begin with. Like, things are in a very, very dangerous place right now. And most people have no idea, like, you know, really how crazy things could actually get. I'm reading the 1953 coup wiki entry. I really would recommend avoiding, wiki. Wiki is not a good source for political information. I mean, it'll probably give you some of the basic facts, but, like, it's not going to tell you, like, some key details. Like, to what degree the Western, the Western-owned oil companies were plundering Iran. I guarantee you that won't be on the wiki page. You dislike discussing politics? You get attacked if you disagree with someone? You won't get attacked here. You won't get attacked if you're here. I mean, as I said, here, like, we discuss things in a calm, rational manner and in good faith. And I'm pretty good about enforcing that, right? Like, I understand some people get emotional sometimes, but I'm usually put a lid on that pretty quick, you know. You need to keep your heart on fire and your brain on ice. You must keep your brain on ice when discussing these kinds of things. You have to be as cool-headed as it gets. Stop the ride, let me off? Yeah. Yeah. Where do you read them? I mean, as I said, I posted a good summary in the Discord. I don't know if I have, like, a good source for you to read off the cuff. Let me see if I can quickly find you a link by someone I can trust. Okay, let me try to find, like, a YouTube video by someone I know. Or something. There's so much garbage out there. I don't know if there's anyone that I... But, I mean, as I said, the wiki articles will get you the basics, but not, the details. All the fucking links I have right now are to, like, current events and not the historical stuff. I mean, my advice for you would just be to read multiple sources. Like, that's, you know, the best thing you can do is read it from multiple sources. Oh, here's a good one. One of my favorite sources, actually. Straight from the CIA themselves. Yeah, you would actually be shocked by how many sources I use that are literally just, like, declassified CIA documents. Because the thing is, like, in order to spread propaganda, in order to construct narratives, you have to understand what the truth is, right? You have to know what the truth is in order to construct believable lies. So, like, declassified CIA documents are always, like, very accurate. Was someone asking carbon fiber? I just gamble the end products. I tried tool belts, it felt really bad. Yeah, I've tried tool belts, it felt really bad. I just gamble the end products. So yeah, I just gamble railguns themselves, missile turrets themselves. You know, these and these themselves. But yeah, I tried the tool belts. It took forever to get legendary carbon fiber, no matter how much I scaled it up. It just felt really bad. No, I wouldn't do processors. I wouldn't do processors. Processors use too little material at a time. Processors use very little material. Like, I did the processors last year. I didn't like it. That's why I didn't do it this year. Like, it's a 30-second craft base, and it only uses one of, like, a ton of different materials. So, no, I don't think quants are good. But yeah, Chocobo, are you still there? Or did he go to sleep? Yeah, I was actually, with the discussion you were having earlier about the Soviet Union being, you know, autocratic or led by a dictator. One of the articles I was going to link you, I didn't wind up doing it because that conversation didn't continue. But the main the article I was going to link you to disprove that was actually also a declassified CIA document where they explained that he wasn't, or the Soviet Union wasn't structured like that. Here, I can find it real quick. Yeah, here you go. If you want to know a bit about that, that one's for you. But yeah, I mean, obviously it is the CIA's job to spread propaganda. The CIA essentially has two jobs. Well, three, kinda. One is to spread propaganda about America's political enemies. Number two is to keep the domestic American population, you know, believing the propaganda that they want you to believe. And three is, you know, to do like foreign intervention and coups against governments we do not like. But yeah, even though their job, you know, their publicly facing stuff is all bullshit, right? Is all obviously, you know, going to be straight up propaganda. But the declassified documents, are shockingly accurate a lot of the time, because as I said, you have to understand the truth in order to create believable propaganda. But yeah, if you want to know a bit more, then that one will, that one should be a bit enlightening, I hope. And we need a refinery to do simple coal. Dude, is this even worth it? I'm about to just fucking belt this shit across the map. Like, I sort of wasn't thinking of how many steps this was actually gonna be to make this little, like, isolated rocket part producing mini factory. It's a lot of fucking steps, isn't it? Best way to manipulate stuff is tell you 10% truth, 90% shit? Yeah. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, a lot of the lies that you get told aren't, like, them telling you a lie specifically. They just don't tell you the entire truth. They just don't tell you the whole truth. Right? Like, they'll just cherry pick a little bit of information, you know, in order to construct a narrative. You know, like, the one I always use, to give a good example, like, how many people know about the Cuban Missile Crisis? How much more efficient is liquid compared to belt? Way more. Way more. The throughput is much, much, much higher. But, like, everybody here has heard about the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Vaguely? Vaguely. Man, your education be failing you. Like, what, Israel? Are you talking about the modern stuff? The fact that U.S. had moved bases hard against the USSR? More specifically, they had placed missiles. But like basically the narrative that I'll just give you the whole thing from the top. The narrative that they tell you in the U.S., the narrative that gets pushed in schools and whatnot, is that the Soviets were belligerent. They put nuclear missiles in Cuba. This was obviously unacceptable to the U.S. because it was way too close to the U.S. And this caused a big hullabaloo, a big ruckus. And JFK stood up to the Soviets and got them to remove their missiles. This is a classic example of lying by omission. Because what they don't tell you is that what got the Soviets to ultimately remove the missiles from Cuba was when the Americans agreed to remove their own missiles from Turkey, their own Jupiter missiles that had been placed in Turkey, their nuclear capable Jupiter missiles that had been placed in Turkey, which the Soviets felt was way too fucking close. And they were like, all right, if the Americans are going to put missiles on our doorstep, we're going to give them a taste of their own medicine. And we all know how much the West can tolerate a taste of its own medicine. My favorite part about this story is guess who put the fucking missiles in Turkey? Guess who put the goddamn missiles in Turkey? Yeah, that's right. The same asshole that we give credit for ending the crisis. The same guy that quote unquote ended the Cuban Missile Crisis, JFK, is the guy who put the missiles in Turkey to begin with. They were put there in 1961, the second year of his presidency. So basically, JFK puts missiles in Turkey, Soviet Union puts missiles in Cuba, big American temper tantrum ensues, and the end result is that both eventually get removed. But this began, with the actions of JFK putting the missiles in Turkey. So, yeah. They don't really tell you that part, do they? But it's a good example of, how you just get lied to by omission, right? Like, they don't, it's true that the Soviet Union put missiles in Turkey. It's true that JFK was president, and eventually got them to be removed. But they don't tell you the parts that led to it, the lead up to that. They don't tell you, how it got to that point to begin with. Because if you were told that, it disrupts the narrative. Why would the USA put missiles in Turkey? Because the USA has constantly been putting missiles in military bases on the doorsteps of just about every country it opposes. You should take a look at how U.S. military bases look at from a Russian or from a Chinese point of view. Those countries are effectively surrounded by U.S. military bases. Can you imagine if the U.S. was surrounded by Chinese military bases? The U.S. has over 800 overseas military bases. Do you know how many China has? Also, I need to get some water. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. The point is, they do it in a reason. Nothing happens in a vacuum. You know, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. They do it for a reason. Nothing does happen in a vacuum, and the fundamental reason that drives these things is American imperialism itself. What drives American imperialism is a much longer conversation. But the core reason driving all this is, you know, the thing I talk about the most, honestly. It's American imperialism. China has the CIA, I guess. I think they have like one. Every country wants to expand. Not true. It is human nature. No, not true. Not every country is expansionist. What's my mining prod? 3200. Are we still committing to this, or should I just fucking belt blue chips and LDS and rocket fuel up here and call it a day? I was kind of I don't know, when I had it in my head, I was thinking this thing would be a lot fucking smaller, honestly. Yeah, I think France is the one of the only European countries that doesn't have any American military bases. The YOLO belt? Yeah, I don't know. Have I not seen the steal or share research? What do you mean steal or share research? Depicting himself as no, I haven't seen that. I try to avoid that shit and try to mainly focus on, you know, it's easy to drown in the noise. I think that's an important thing to understand when you start dealing with this kind of stuff. It's very easy to drown in the noise. There's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of, you know, just fluff that you don't actually learn anything from. Like I do my best to try to stay above the noise. Like I try the best I can. You know, just to just focus on, you know, what's actually substantiative. But yeah. You're gonna share resources between two people, and another chance to steal. Oh, yeah, that's like that game show stuff. That's that game show stuff, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really consider that to be, like scientific, like, research. Like, I don't know. I think the results you're gonna get is heavily based on the culture of the country that you do it in. It's no surprise that in Western countries, I'm not surprised that in Western countries most people would consistently choose to steal, because that's the culture in Western countries. It's not about the people getting wealthier together. It's not about the people succeeding together. In the West, success is viewed as done at the expense of other people. It's about climbing over other people to get on top, and not about cooperation. Like, not every country has the same culture the West does. Like, it's very Anglo-centric to assume that every country views the same things. Why am I making acid? I'm not making acid. I'm making water. I'm making water for cracking. That is game theory. Every single time I've heard game theory get brought up within the past couple months, it's always been some very shallow, idealized, divorced from reality conclusions that don't factor in any kind of, that don't factor in any kind of political theory or any kind of historical materialism at all. Like, I have yet to hear, I have yet to see, someone who just is purely game theory come to accurate conclusions. They're always just... It doesn't feel like a complete field. It feels like whenever I hear someone try to talk about things from a game theory perspective, it feels like they're trying to just... It feels like they're trying to just... it feels like I'm dealing with spherical cows. You guys know what I mean? Like, with spherical cows, it's like it's a joke in physics, where it's like in physics when you're dealing with very, very large objects and stuff like that, yeah, spherical cows. It's kind of a joke in physics where when you're dealing with large objects and stuff like that, you tend to make lots of approximations, right? So you the little things don't matter as much, because especially in astronomy and astrophysics, you are dealing with scales which are difficult to comprehend, right? Like, planets get approximated as spheres, right? But planets aren't exactly spheres. They're not completely solid. They have molten cores. They have solid cores. They have molten mantles. But we still approximate them as spheres. So it's a joke in physics about how it's like you have a physics problem involving a cow. Step one, approximate the cow as a sphere, right? And every time I've heard anything game theory, whether it's the Jiang bullshit, or I had a couple people link me some YouTube stuff they thought maybe had something to it with game theory. It's always this incredibly shallow, utterly divorced from reality analysis, and it really feels like the spherical cow of political analysis, where they've cut out so much of what actually exists that they never come to the right conclusions. I have yet to see a single game theorist who actually knew what the fuck they were talking about. So, I don't know. Game theory just feels like an idealized what's the word? I'm blanking on the word. It's an idealized, sort of, what is it when you, carve, an organ out of something? It's like if I just, cut the liver out of someone's body. What's the word I'm looking for? If I were to just, cut the liver out of someone's body, or, ignore the whole body, but just cut the liver out and then study the liver. Dissection, vivisection. Vivisection is cutting the whole body open. There's a word I'm looking for. I'm just blanking out on it. But like the thing with game theory is it just feels like an incomplete subset of, you know, actual proper political theory, which is a very, very well established field. Right? It feels like they're trying to talk about political theory without talking about the history of places, or without discussing about the reality of how things exist on the ground. It's like, as I said, like it feels like they tried to sphere the cow. Like, you know, there's definitely something to game theory when you're talking about like chess moves, right? Like if you're talking about like an actual board game, you know, like chess moves like Nash equilibrium and all that bullshit. But when it comes to like people trying to use game theory to describe political actions, they're always full of shit. I've never seen a single person who is even remotely accurate in terms of, you know, their analysis. Prisoner's Dilemma? Yeah, I've heard of the Prisoner's Dilemma. But you can't take a paper like that and extrapolate it to describe entire societies while ignoring the history of those societies and, you know, the material reality of where they live in, like, you know, the country they live in, the resources they have access to, the neighbors they're surrounded by, how those neighbors act, you know, the weather of the country, the territory of that country, all these things are factors in how a civilization develops and behaves. You know, nations that are resource poor are incentivized to go acquire resources, you know, because they don't have them themselves. And if they can't acquire them peacefully, then they are forced into, you know, non-peaceful means. You know, stuff like that. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's a game theorist out there who actually factors all this in, but, like, I don't know. Like, I listen to, like, actual, like, political theorists, you know, like Michael Parenti and Norman Finkel, not Norman, well, Norman is mainly a Middle East specialist. You know, Chris Hedges, you know, people like that. There's other people out there who are very good at analyzing, you know, geopolitics, like Scahill and Ben Norton. You know, there's plenty of good analysts out there, but not a single one, you know, pretends to be acting like, you know, they're getting everything from game theory or anything like that. Yeah, what Arcbyte said. It abstracts so much it becomes divorced from reality. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. Here's the Venn diagram. Does this make sense now? Does this make sense? This is political theory. Game theory just tries to hyper-focus on a very small subset and ignore everything else. And that's why it's like that's why there is not a single game theorist who's able to, you know, all these political game theorists are always wrong. And if you think you have somebody who, like, you know, is a self-described game theorist that actually knows what they're talking about, you know, feel free to link it to me, you know, either on a DM or link it in the political Discord channel. I do watch the videos other people link. I do read articles and watch videos other people link, and I do give my own analysis on them, you know. So, you know, I'm willing to do that. Like, I do engage in good faith. Like, I do read and engage everything in good faith. Like, if I see something new, I don't go in with an immediate bias saying, like, this is wrong. I will, you know, go in going, like, you know, let's see what they have to say. And then halfway through reading the article, I'm like, this guy's full of shit. but, you know, I start giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? I go in giving them good faith. But yeah, this is what I talk about. This is what I talk about, like the realm of political theory. You don't get taught this in Western schools. You don't get taught any political theory at all in Western schools. Like none of it whatsoever. Like they pretend like the field doesn't even fucking exist. They pretend like the field doesn't even exist because they don't want you to understand what's going on. They want you to think the world is a confusing and violent place. They want you to think like bad things happen because bad people get in power and good people must stop the bad people. And this is, a child's way of looking at the world, right? This is Harry Potter versus Voldemort. This is Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader. This is not how the real world actually functions. But yeah. I mean, how many people here are from a non-Western country? Like, obviously Twitch is a Western platform, and, obviously most of the opinions and discussions we're going to be talking about here are Western-based. But how many people are specifically from non-Western countries? You are, Ghoul? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Did you ever get taught in any... did any of you people from non-Western countries ever get taught any substantial amount of political theory in your schools? And which country are you from? The world is a confusing and violent place. It can be a violent place, yes, but it is not confusing. The world is not confusing. The world is a very rational and structured place. They just don't want you to see the structure because, well, it doesn't help their narrative. Western country by self-description? I mean, under the umbrella of American hegemony. I'm talking about Western countries in the political definition. I actually had, once, it was really funny when, I mentioned, Japan was a Western country, and somebody's like, Japan's not a Western country, it's in Asia. Don't you know your geography? And I'm just like, oh my god. This is the level of, political literacy we're dealing with here. It's like, oh my god. But yeah, the U.S., all the Western European countries that are, more or less under the U.S. hegemony, countries like Taiwan, South Korea, Japan are under American hegemony and are effectively Western countries, Western vassal states, to be more accurate, and so on. Yeah. Does New Zealand count? New Zealand is a Western country, yes. It is a very Western country. It's even part of a lot of security alliances. Isn't New Zealand part of, Five Eyes? Or am I thinking of a different one? There's some, intelligence sharing that they're part of that's very, tightly tied to the Imperial Core. People aren't unnecessarily rational. They're a lot more rational than you think you are, than you give them credit for. People act according to their material conditions. Their material conditions are rational. If someone doesn't have food and is deprived of food, they will seek out food. You can say that rationally. If somebody doesn't have shelter, they will seek out shelter. People are rational actors far more often than not. There's been tons written about rational self-interest. Yeah. The international community, yeah. The Burger Eagle freedom countries. NZ is Five Eyes? Yeah. Is getting pushed in schools now that you can't have pride in your country's flag and white man did this? Did bad? I mean, what specific events are we talking about? Because, Australia is a settler colonial state that did effectively genocide the majority of the native population the same way the Americans did. And the Canadians. So if, the stuff in the school books is, just acknowledging that, that's just basic history. We out of science? Yeah, we're out of science. Uh, what do I want to do? What are you at? 262? Let's get another laser level. I kind of want the next one. You keep saying they don't want, I don't think most leaders are that smart or capable. I'm not talking about the direct leaders in power. I'm talking about, like, the greater forces of capital itself, of the financial interests. The financial interests that stay consistent. The people who have the money to bribe all the politicians, the people who have the money to benefit from imperialism, that kind of thing. Those are the forces I'm talking about. The forces that decide, who your potential candidates actually are. But yeah, I mean, you think Trump is orchestrating all this? You think, like, you think Biden was? You think Obama was? No, it goes way deeper than that. From India, India's like a half Western country. And India's like Schrodinger's Western country. Kinda. Not really. I wouldn't really consider it to be a Western country per se, but it's sort of like straddles the line. It's opportunity. It's actually one of the few countries that sort of like plays back and forth between the West and the East with some levels of success. But it's also a very large country and a very populous country, so they're capable of being, very, very self-sufficient. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, my question was, were you taught any, actual political theory? Yeah, okay. I want to give you guys I want to give you guys a book recommendation while we're on this topic. I want to give you guys a book recommendation, and I know it's 2026, and we're all fucking video gamers, and a lot of us like don't really read books anymore, but. You can find the text online as well. It's not a super long book. But for those of you, this is addressed specifically to those of you discussing the whole like rational versus irrational thing right now. I encourage you to read a book called called Black Shirts and Reds, Rational Fascism and the Overthrow of Communism by Michael Parenti. It's probably the single hardest hitting, most insightful primer I can recommend in terms of like cracking the shell on these larger concepts and beginning to understand them. But yeah, I mean, I can give lots of recommendations. Like I can recommend books, YouTube channels, podcasts, shit like that. So just let me know what media you'd prefer, and yeah. But yeah, Black Shirts and Reds. Here, I'll type it out in chat. That's the book. You don't remember any political theory being taught in high school, and high school's me not giving a shit? Yeah, I mean, and I would have been the same. But I was taught, like, ridiculous shit in high school. I had some crazy professors who were like, the America can take on... I had a professor in high school who said that the U.S. could take on every country in the world in a war and win. That's how much of a chud this guy was. That's how much of a fucking, like, meritard this guy was. He was like, I still remember him asking that in class. Like, he asked, like, is there any country that could take on every other country in the world in a war and win? And the class is just kind of, like, silent and looking at each other and kind of, like, slowly shaking their heads left and right. And then he goes, of course there is. We can. If every country in the world united to fight us, we would beat them. And everyone's just kind of like, even in high school, we were all kind of like, what is this guy on kind of thing? That's the kind of education we got. That's the kind of education we got. Yeah, yeah. Stalin just triggered the link for another one of Parenti's lectures as well. That YouTube link is good. That's actually the first thing I linked in the Discord channel too. Like, it's literally the very first thing that I think that people should watch, because it's a really hard hitting introduction into you know what into how imperialism actually works. Because to a lot of people in the imperial core and the imperial adjacent states, you know, the imperial like vassal states and whatnot, like, this stuff is effectively invisible, right? It's effectively invisible. Okay, we need to get you hole punched. There you go. Are you sure it's a good idea to talk politics? Almost feel that I'm going to be started by bots. I mean, what bots? I'm not worried about bots. I'm really not worried about bots, man. How are the Factorio things going? Steadily, I guess. I want to start running the game off stream. After tonight, I'm going to start running it off stream just to get research levels higher. Mainly research prod. So yeah, it's kind of appropriate too, because this is stream number 50, 50. So streams 1 through 50, every minute of working on this Megabase was shown publicly. You know, you can follow everything I did for the most part. There was like 1 or 2 streams where I forgot to start the YouTube stream, so it's missing a little bit. But yeah, starting this week, I'm gonna be running the game like offline just to try to get the research prods higher and shit. Because we're at the point. Do I have an opinion on Hassan Piker? Oh my god. Ugh. I don't have to get into it. He has some good takes, some bad takes. I find that I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't really follow him very heavily. Like, I know generally, like, what his stances are. And I like, there are some takes he has that are good, some takes that he has that are bad. You know, there's some things that he says that I pretty strongly disagree with, and some things that he's very good on. The one thing I found about Hassan is that he's useful as a litmus test. Like, I found that if someone has an extremely negative opinion of him, or just immediately starts regurgitating the Zionist propaganda about him, then they're basically someone who's completely unreachable. Like, they're basically, like, fully gone, and they don't realize it, usually. So it's like, that's where I find him to be more useful, as most useful, honestly, is not necessarily as someone to recommend as much as someone else's opinion on him kind of, like, tells me a lot about them. You know, if they have, like, a neutral or, like, kind of, like, an unknown opinion, then that's fine. But if you get these, like, you know, Ethan Klein / Asmongold / Destiny Orbiters that are just, like, you know, a 100 out of 100 on the brainwash propaganda scale, that'll be, like, frothing at the mouth about him. And I have found that those people are just completely gone. Like, it doesn't matter what I say, they're not reachable at all. But yeah, I usually deliberately avoid talking about him because the thing is, like, the people that have made up their minds about him have kind of made up their minds in a way that, you know, it's set in stone for them. Like, there's, yeah, so, yeah, and you know, but yeah. Shocking the dog. Yeah, see, this is why I don't bother. This is why I deliberately, like, avoid any discussion about him. Is because, like, there's just there's so much bullshit and people have made up their minds so concretely about him that it becomes, it's not worth my time to discuss it. How many hours are on this save? 311, yeah. The dog stuff, see, like, that's exactly what I mean. That's kind of exactly what I mean. The dog stuff's bullshit. But even me just saying that, like, there's gonna be people going like, how can you say that's bullshit? I believe it, like, you know, with all my heart kind of stuff. And so it's just not worth discussing. It's not a fight I'm willing to engage in because, yeah. Those are his fights, not mine. But yeah. Anyway. How long till you blow up? Defending a random person? It's less about defending a random person, and as I said, the people that have made up their mind about things like that, the people that say that kind of stuff, that's kind of exactly what I was referring to when I was talking about, like, the Destiny, Asmon, Ethan stuff. That's literally exactly what I was thinking about in my mind when I was talking about, you know, it's literal just propaganda spread by, like, you know, ultra hardcore Zionists in order to smear him. There's plenty of things to criticize him on. That's the thing. There's a lot you can criticize him on without making things up. But, you know, like, I actually had a friend, like, a couple months ago who believed with all his heart, you know, that stuff. And, you know, I eventually had to stop talking to him about this kind of stuff because, like, as I said, like, these people they're unreachable. They're unreachable. They're already gone. They're already gone. They already have a very, very far right framing of how they see the world. They're basically frequently, like, either, you know, either, like, straight up fascist or borderline fascist, but have no idea that they actually are. Because, you know, as I said, they don't understand a single goddamn thing about political theory or anything like that. But yeah, like, I prefer to try to talk about, you know, the history and the facts of things. That's what I try to stick about. I'm not here to debate about what other content creators you like or don't like, right? Like, if you've already made up your mind about him, like, I'm not here to, like, you know, fight you one way or the other about your opinions about him. But I will say that there is a lot of propaganda that gets thrown his way because the powers that be have a very large vested interest in, you know, destroying the platform that he has. So, because he does speak truth to power, like, a good bit. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot I can criticize him on, so it's just that my criticisms are based in fact, not bullshit. Yeah. Consider myself to be unreachable? Well, what lens should I be seeing things through? Like, just about everything that, you know, people talk to me about, I do engage with in good faith. Like, what more do you want from me? What lens should I be considering? What lens should I be seeing things through? The Zionist, because it's the Zionists that spread it and created the narrative to begin with. But as I said, like, it's not something I care to debate. If you believe it, fine, you believe it. I don't believe it. You can talk about, Jim, see, this is the kind of the thing. You can talk about Tiananmen Square in China. It gets talked about in China all the time. Like, you realize that. It gets talked about in China all the time. It's just not called the Tiananmen Square protests. Do you understand what Tiananmen Square is, Jim? Do you understand? Like, what is Tiananmen Square? Do you think it's just some random square in China? Do you think it's just some random, like, you know, downtown city park or something like that? Do you think it's just some random square? Thanks, the P. Should I just call you the P or should I call you Pi? Because you're clearly going with a 3.15926535897932234383878787950. Was that it? It's been a while since I memorized that. Couple decades. I think I got most of it. You misspelled Theo? Okay, I'll call you Theo. Asking people to follow the most basic of laws, fascism? I'm not sure what point you're trying to make there. Yeah, what Smitty said. What Smitty said. Also, as I said, like, I don't watch him regularly, but I've watched him enough to, like, know it's bullshit. Anyone who thinks he abuses that dog, like, clearly has not watched him at all, ever, and they're only getting their... And they're only getting their information from, you know, biased sources who have made it clear that they're, like, you know, interested in destroying him. Anyway, back to the Tiananmen. Okay, Jim. Tiananmen Square is, yeah, it's not just a random square. That's right, it is located square. Tiananmen Square is the seat of Chinese government. Tiananmen Square is the seat of Chinese government. It is the main square. It is essentially their equivalent of Washington, D.C. Tiananmen Square is... It would be calling, like, the January 6th protests... Yeah, this is all your fault, Vader. It would be like calling the January 6th protests the Washington, D.C. incident. Right? Imagine if you were just called it the Washington, D.C. incident. How many Washington, D.C. incidents would there have been? You know, no, we call it by the date, like the January 6th. And Tiananmen Square in China is not referred to as the Tiananmen Square incident. It's referred to that in the West, because people have no idea what the fuck Tiananmen Square actually is. It's called, like, the June 14th, or June something, I can't remember the fucking date. It's called, like, the June 14th incident. June 4th, yes, thank you. June 4th incident. Yeah, thank you. That's what it's referred to. It is discussed in China. You are allowed to discuss it. You know, the idea that you can't discuss it is another just part of American propaganda. You know, to push the narrative that China is some giant censorship state. It's not true. It's not true at all. You are allowed to discuss it. There needs to be text over the street. It's not halted, though. Hey, the science is still going. The science is still going. We're technically operational. The game is running. And I need to... Oh, I think I forgot to place the mine. A good thing we got it just in time. Holy shit, just in time, too. Having a Chinese wife, the social brain rot in China is massive? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, no country is perfect. No country is without issues. No country is a paradise. But don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Vulcanus, please. Let's get you operational now. There are undertones of mental illness in your discussions. Okay, well, if we're being blunt to each other, Conk, if I may be blunt to you, the degree to which you just tune out anything is unique to you. Most people are not like apolitical or like, you know, try to ignore everything that goes on in the world to the same degree that you do. Like, I could have called that a mental illness too. The way I think talk about things like Clear spend too much online, like, how do you define skewed reality? How is my reality skewed? Tell me, what have I said that's false? What have I said that's false? I think, if we're being blunt to each other right now, Conk, I think your problem is you're not willing to consider other points of view. I think you're the one that's not willing to engage with views that don't directly align with your biases. And that's why I think you have this allergic reaction. You're unreachable? I mean, I could say the same about you. I could say the same about you. You seem to be unreachable from my point of view. You don't seem to be interested in discussing anything. You just want to sling mud in my direction occasionally. Just because you don't like what's being discussed. You never... Yeah. Yeah, I can change my mind very easily. Just show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. My views are all very evidence-derived. I do not start with ideology and then look for facts to match my ideology. I start with the facts, and I go where the facts take me. I adhere to the facts as closely as I can. But honestly, you want my honest opinion, Conk? I think you're just projecting really hard right now. I think you're the unreachable one, dude. Like, out of all the people I engage with in chat regularly, like, you know, it's just you who says stuff like that. It's just you. Like, I mean, does anyone else find me unreachable? What am I not engaging with on good faith? You know, please let me know. I'm open to discussion, but you know, you need to come with the facts, not with Why do you have the fucking bathroom key? God damn it. Oh, and this is like probably unchecked on like every ship too. Alright, you can be unchecked for now until that egg hatches. Okay, right now, just go to a kilo. I want you to get rid of the bathroom key. I have agency to discuss. I mean, I thought I made it clear why I didn't care to discuss it. And we still discussed it a good bit. Like, if there's something about that you want to discuss more, say so. Like, I thought I made it clear. Like, the reason I usually don't discuss that, like him, is because people have generally very strongly made up their minds about him. And there's nothing that I'm going to say that's going to change those people's minds. And I'm not here to fight other people's battles for them. Hey, Wisp. Yeah, you got here at a fun time. But I'm not forthcoming with feet pics? Guilty as charged. When did the IIX blow up? You mean ship 8? Like, a couple days ago? One blew up at the start of the stream today. Like, we lost ship number 5, like, right at the start. Because the vent timer was off by 1,000. People take that agency offensively? The thing is, though, like, I let people bring up topics all the time. Like, everything we're discussing now, I didn't bring up any of this stuff. It's you guys that brought it up. You're the ones who have the have the agency there. In terms of what we're... Wait, did I drop it on the wrong planet? No, we're good. Okay. Alright, let me get this damn thing online. Wait, it's heading out. No, stop. Go to... Gleba. Real quick. Title is a lie? Yeah, it is a lie. It is a lie. No, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's definitely an there's obviously an asymmetry on Twitch streams, right? Where I am the one who can respond quickly with voice, and you guys are all limited to chat. Like, there's no denying that. But, you know, saying that I am unreachable or, you know, you can't say I'm unreachable when you've never tried to reach me. Like Conk, again, this is, again, pointed at you. What have you ever tried to reach me on? I have the bathroom door key, yeah. I'm holding it hostage. Guilty as charged. Oh, you can turn this back on now. Actually, leave it off for a second. They've all got railgun shots? Yeah, they do. Reach me for my well-being? Saying that you think I have a mental illness and am unreachable is not reaching me for my well-being. It's just being toxic, dude. And engaging in bad faith. Yeah, you're good. Keep going. Go to novice real quick. If you don't agree with me, then I'll think. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. You can't call me unreachable if you haven't even tried to reach me even once about anything ever. It's kind of funny, honestly. A religion? I mean, in my experience, a religion is just never discussed. Like, I have no rules against discussing anything on this chat. And, yeah. Religion is, you know, usually just never discussed. But no, like, we don't have rules against discussing politics, and we do discuss things. As I've said 1,000 times before, and I'll say 1,000 times in the future, I don't talk about this stuff because I enjoy talking about politics. I talk about it because I hate being lied to more than I hate politics. I hate politics. I just hate being lied to more than I hate politics. Rattling off and getting offended? What did I get offended about? What reaction to Mike? Like, what did I do with Mike? That was, like, dude, you, like, I really don't know what your argument is. Like, your entire argument seems to be some nebulous thing about my tone. You don't even see it? I mean, I don't think you see it either. I don't think you see yourself. So I guess we can just agree on that. I don't think you see how you come across either. Oh yeah, anyway. I just don't think this is a good enough platform. I mean, what is a better platform? We don't have a great choice of platforms these days, man. We don't have a great choice of platforms. This is a good enough. Yeah, he's just shit talking my ship. Your Promethium ship's not good enough. I see. It's just thinly veiled, shitting on my designs. I see it now. Alright. Check you again. You've got the barrel. Enable that. Yeah, I think 7 is the last of the early ships going. Completed trips 217. The ships usually don't live to be 100 years old. 100 trips old. Okay, so you should be good to go now. Go to a kilo. Start running. Engage the alarms. Engage the thruster stack. I'm going to re-blueprint you as well. Yeah, ship 5 died at the start of the stream today. Unfortunately. Okay, should I don't know. I guess I'm done designing this thing. But, I'm still kind of, like, thinking maybe I should just belt the stuff. Oh, I need, like, one more beacon over here or something. But I'm still kind of thinking maybe I should just belt the stuff instead of doing this. I don't know. Alright, have a good one, Theo. You're not hit by a beacon. You don't even have modules. Is there space in the blade to belt it? I'd have to have the belts go back and forth, but yeah, there is. On the outsides here. But yeah, I'd obviously have to redo it a bit. I mean, I could just have a small bot network here. That's also an option. I don't have to belt it. We could do a very small local bot network. Hopefully we should have no more running away with the bathroom key as well. Okay, everything has at least one beacon now. Wait, no, you still don't. AI slot music? There is no fucking way. You just called lights AI slop. I'm sorry, what? You think this is AI slop? Bro, how... Please point to where on the doll. Point on the doll where the AI touched you. Auto-tunes? Oh my god, dude. Do we have the title command? I don't know, maybe. You can try it. Oh no, like, I like this artist. She's been making music for before AI was a thing, man. But no, this is, I would not call... She's actually a really good songwriter, too. And I don't think she uses autotune, dude. Like, this is just actually how she sings. Sounds too perfect? No, this is her actual voice. Like, if you listen to a lot of her stuff, like, yeah, this is... No, she's legit. And she's really good, too. I like her. Good job, your son. Title terrorist, man. We need a new emote. A rage bait. Alright, I don't know. I still can't decide whether I want to fucking deploy this thing or belt it. We would need to have... We would need to have calcite come in here somewhere, as well as coal. And then obviously copper and iron, and that should be everything, right? You need calcite too, don't you? And you need coal too, don't you? Fudge. That can't reach, right? No, it's one tile short, of course. Of a Promethium chip. He's we need a biter emote, actually. That's what we need. So that when the biters break free, chat can just spam biters. That's what we actually need. That's what every Factorio channel needs. A biter emote. Alright, so we need coal as well. Something like that. Well, really, I should just be doing a half and half belt here. I should just merge them, right? Yeah. So we just need that. Fuck it, let's do it. I designed the damn thing. Let's deploy it. Well, the two butters attacking turn and animated. I don't think that would. I think that I don't like. You know, emotes need to be. Emotes need to be easy to easy to see when they're small, right? It has to be something that shrinks down well. Like, you have to be careful. Like, you know the lurker emote that I have? Like, fuck, my chat thing doesn't have... This is a very, streamer-oriented client and not a very chatter-oriented client. Yeah, I can't even, like, bring a pop-up. You know the lurker emote that I have in chat? Like, someone in chat can put it in real quick, someone who subbed. Like, that's a good example of that. You know, I thought it was a good one, and I still think it's a good one, but it came out really dark. So if you're on, like, a dark background, it's very hard to see. Which kind of fits the lurker theme, right? You know, borderline invisible. But, yeah. I can move this up here, since this is being hit from this side. Yeah, there, that one, thank you. Yeah, the lurk one. Yeah, it's a lurker from StarCraft. I don't know how that's not a standard Twitch emote. Like, it's a lurker. I mean, come on. Like, how is that not, like, the universal lurk emote for Twitch? Apparently, I'm the first one to fucking do it. But, yeah. It's hard to see on dark backgrounds, right? But yeah, I didn't realize that when I was making it. Alright, so you are standalone rocket parts. And rocket fuel for Vulcanus. That will go under the Vulcanus book. You've never seen light? Yeah, I can't stand, like, light background shit. Like, if something doesn't have dark mode, I don't fucking use it. I need that dark... I need that night mode. It is necessary for my existence. Okay, we have actually pretty much everything right here, more or less. So it won't be hard to break them off. We'll use splitters instead of inserters, because it should be slightly better for UPS. But yeah, I just wanted to plaster you like right up here. Somewhere. Oh, and I wanted to upgrade these stack inserters to, or these greens to stacks. Keep forgetting to do that. How do I not have any stacks? Shouldn't I be... What? Oh, no, the base spots are bringing them. Yeah, I forgot. We're still in main network range. Yeah, I'm just gonna set up a small separate robo network for now. Maybe later we'll belt it, but I've been needing to isolate this from the main base robo network for a while because it's too long of a travel time. Let me set some filters on you. Enable if rocket fuel is less than 2,000. Oh yeah, and acid. Enable if blue chips. And enable if LDS. I'm not a phone person. I literally don't use my phone like at all. I'm not even kidding. Like I barely look at my phone. Like I'm really not a phone person. I hate doing things on my phone because you know you don't get like proper ad blockers and shit on your phone and stuff like that. Like if I have the choice between using my PC or my phone, it's always my PC. So the only time I glance at my phone is when I'm like out and about and just need to pass the time. But yeah, I'm very much not a phone person at all. But yeah, I do have dark modes on my phone, yeah. To answer that question, yes. The answer is yes. It's like one of the first things I set up. And you come from this side, right? Yeah. Hopefully that's enough, and me siphoning from here won't impact, what the fuck? Won't impact... Wait, do you go from right to left or left from right? What happened? Oh, no, it's just the foundation. Okay, now we need acid. Which we do have a pipe coming up right here. And it should be alive now, or in a moment, unless I screwed something else up. Oh, it's just foundation. That's probably just more foundation missing. Here, let me just... what's not working? Light oil cracking is not working. It's not getting light oil. Because, that's why. There we go. What the hell? Oh, you're missing the G chips. Oh, wrong way. Yay! You'll be a phone person after getting rid of your PC? I'm not getting rid of my PC, what the fuck? If a massive solar flare knocked out all technology, go back to maybe 1900s. I mean, the tech would recover pretty fast. Just because, like, you know, devices get fried doesn't mean we lose the knowledge on how to make them. I think it would recover a lot faster than you'd think. Yeah, that's cranking. That's already up to 800. You're already at 2K. And you're already at 1.4. Although I think it's including the main base shit, but... It is time to cut the network now. Ooh, take all your plans. Pretend they fell through. All SSDs would be gone? Yeah, but it's like, it's not like there isn't like manual documentation, etc. Also, a solar flare would hit one side of the planet first. The other side, you know, even if we somehow had no warning. Yeah, I don't know. I think if a solar flare big enough to literally wipe out all technology hit us, we'd have bigger problems than, you know, our missing smartphones, right? I think such an event would probably threaten life itself. And yeah, I think like a lot of modern devices are like somewhat resistant to that kind of stuff anyway. You have to remember, like, it only takes a simple Faraday-style cage in order to block that kind of thing. Like, all military technology, like, for example, of every developed nation, all military technology is already hardened against any kind of electromagnetic pulse. What's my chess rating? I don't have one. I haven't played chess in a very, very long time. I'd be interested to know what I would be, though. So how many bots are here? 226 construction. Yeah, I definitely don't need that many construction here. Do this. Here, I want you to request all the construction. And put it in a box. So I want fine control over the number of bots here. And give me, how many should we go? Let's try 400. Yeah, let's try just 400. Give me... Maybe we can do it with like 200. Let's try 200 and see if that's enough first. I've never played Resident Evil. I don't know what a Resident Evil breakout means. Zombies or something? Yeah, what Boogie said, yeah. The length of the inductor, yeah. I think, like, modern phones are a bit resistant to that kind of thing. Yeah, it's like power grids are what are more vulnerable. Because the EM flux will generate a very large charge amongst along a long power line, right? Alright, we'll do just a few. And remove that too. Alright, we'll see if that's enough. I probably should get rid... Oh yeah, we need to get rid of all these robo parts now. Wait, why am I getting rid of the robos? What am I doing? No, I need to separate it, not get rid of them. What am I fucking doing in my life? I took out 15. Where'd they go? They should be in my inventory. Yeah, they're there. Can I display robos? Okay, that's good. Alright, so we do have vision up here, since we still have a small robo network. But yeah, we'll see if it's enough when we switch back to Promethium. Every ship is active right now. What's our update time at? 15. Mila Jovovich clones popping up everywhere? Wait, I thought you said that was an apocalypse, though. Bioweb zombies? Zombies bore me. I don't know, I find zombies boring. Like, both in terms of movies and in terms of video games. Like, I find zombies to be just kind of like an inherently boring concept. It's... You know, it's been done to death 1,000 times, right? It's not really interesting. Okay, well, designing that little thing was one of the things on my to-do list I had for a while. I can remove that. If I can find it on my list, holy shit. Trash cleanup? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually, while we're here. And chilling. How do I calculate items used per belt? 240. 240. A fully stacked green belt is 240 ore per second. 240 items. But if you're playing Space Age, you should be liquefying metal. You shouldn't be putting ore on a belt, ever. The only times, actually, yeah, I don't think I put ore on a belt at all. At any point. Well, copper or iron. Obviously, tungsten is on a belt. Because I can't liquefy it, even as hard as no matter how hard I try. But yeah, a fully stacked green belt is, yeah, times 4, not times 6. Yeah, it's 60 a second for green belt by default. The stack makes it times 4. So it's 240. Cool, yeah, but he specifically said ore in his sentence. Brown did. He said 45 ore. So that's what I was trying to clarify, that, you know, you should be liquefying metals and then pumping them, because it just makes everything a lot easier to do. The robo network from production to the rockets is disconnected? Is it? Up top? Oh shit, you're right, it is. Good eye, dude. Good eye. I didn't even fucking see that. I don't think anyone else did. Okay. Yeah, let's do the cleanup while we're here. Let's do Vulcanist cleanup. Okay, okay. Okay, buddy. I have nearly 1,000,000 rare green circuits. What the fuck? Had 6 ships run out of fusion at the same time? Damn, bro. Okay, so regarding the quality stuff, we don't want to just hard get rid of anything. So here's another light song, by the way. Who's the guy? Where is he? Is he still here? Ocarian? Does this sound fucking auto-tuned to you? Does this sound like AI? This is the same girl. Fake news. This fucking guy. Can we turn to 760? Yeah, okay. We need to be careful purging this stuff, though. Because, like, we don't actually want to get rid of 100% of the extra quality stuff. Because, you know, if we want to create something with quality, it'll help. But obviously, 760k is beyond excessive. The thing is, like, there's a lot of things in here that are just used to make a bunch of random things. I like how there's a single stone furnace. That's the starting stone furnace, actually. Holy shit. That takes me back 300 hours. That's the initial 1 stone furnace I made on Vulcanus at the start of the game. In order to smelt the initial stone I needed for stone brick to make the electric furnace in the OGBP. Getting Uncanny Valley? What, from this? From this song? How long till the next ship gets back? 7 is almost back. Yeah, they're coming. I want to check the turnaround time. So it's turning around relatively soon. And yeah, they still go pretty deep. Makes thruster is disabled, yeah. Yeah, it's like 550 or so that it turns around. Song is too perfect? Well, I'll let her know that, you know, her music is just so goddamn good that everybody thinks it must be fake. Oh. There's a lot of songs by her in my playlist, like, she's a really good songwriter, and I don't say that very often. There's not a lot of people out there that are like actually good songwriters, that can like write lyrics well. And her stuff is pretty solid. She knows how to put the poetry in the songwriting. I just want to say exactly where it turns around. So yeah, like 530k. Yeah, 530k is what it's turning around. What about Eminem? I'm alright with Eminem. I don't know. I guess I don't have a lot of his stuff on my playlist. But he's okay. Can be a little bit of an edgelord sometimes, but that's, you know, that's kind of his shtick. You know, it's always been his shtick ever since. You know, I used to listen to him regularly, like in high school. Women shouldn't sing anyway. Okay, you're trolling a little too hard now, bro. I think you're getting shanked by a few people in chat. That's just poor quality rage bait at this point. At least put some effort into it. Alright, I wanted to start disposing of this shit, so where's my disposal system? Give me you. And I want to do it a little differently from there. I mean, I'll probably just manually do everything that's in there. What do you... Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, get rid of any science first that's here. Red, green, blue, legendary blue, whatever we made here. Yellow, yeah, get rid of all that shit. I should probably do it in a place where I can tile it more easily. Where'd you go? You... Okay, Okay, I want to do, you know, that signal contamination method that I've talked about before. So I want you to take each... Not you, I need an arithmetic. I want you to take every value, subtract, let's say 1K, and then output each. Except don't read the roboport. No. Okay, what I want to do is... I want to do if each... Oh, I want an and. I do want an arithmetic. I want... like this. And I want if red does not equal 0 and green is greater than... let's just say 5K for now. Then output each on a value of like 100 or something. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. And then we hook this up to here. Okay, and then what we've done here is create a system where I can input something in here, like our rare green circuits. And as long as it's over a number in the network, it'll start sharding them. And we need to hook these up. This thing is, guys, cut it with the casual misogyny. I know you guys are joking, but like seriously, you gotta have better jokes than that. Probably want to do it more than 100. Having difficulty keeping them supplied. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, it's dynamic requests where I can just put anything in here, it doesn't matter the value I put in. And if it's over a certain number in the network, we'll see it. You can see that, yeah. I'm going down now. We have plenty of logistic bots available. I can expand this a little bit more. Oh, it's just target fault. Yeah, that's fine. Isn't 5K a very low number? I mean, if anything, it's too high. I don't want to keep that many of them. There's some things we're just going to purge straight up. Like, there's no reason there to be ore in the network, etc. But, like, I have to be a little more careful on Vulcanus versus Novice. Because for Novice, it's not my factory planet, right? Like, Novice is kind of just my science planet. Vulcanus is what's making all the miscellaneous shit, right? So I can't just put RoboFrames in there because those are... Actually, I kind of could I? The blue one with a constant or the yellow one? I'm not sure what you're asking. It's a constant that sets the number. And then we read different wires. The red is the wire on the constant. The green is from the roboport. So if this and this are true, if whatever signal I'm looking at for both of them is true, it'll output 200. And right now there's 620k green chips. So it's outputting that value. You remember it is a yellow? I would not do that. I mean, they're both pretty yellow. They're both pretty yellow. So I wouldn't do that, yeah. We have a lot of junk. Alright, well that's happening. What else should we do? We need to finish setting up this. Are you done? No, you're not. Yeah, let's finish setting up this and actually clock it. Okay, I need to remember that when I blueprint the goddamn ship, it ideally needs to be with these combinators flipped. I did engage you, right? Okay, good. Yeah, that's the new ship. Hopefully it doesn't randomly blow up, but the dashboard looks good. It is venting some eggs. That looked like this system. Yeah, like a vent like this. This system vents on a pulse. I wonder if this is too aggressive now. Has this always been venting and I haven't realized it? We're pulse venting now, too. I mean, venting like a little is fine. 750k should be the theoretical peak. So anything over 700 is, you know, acceptable-ish, I guess. I might be loading too many eggs. I might want to cut it down a little bit. I don't know. You are venting very aggressively right now. You're what, 108k? About to complete your blue science summary. This is too much. It produces about 14k plus 3k speed modules. What? Yeah, you are not making any sense. Are you making blue science or are you making a module factory? I can't tell. Oh, it's going pretty fast. We're down at 363k now. Is there any reason I'm putting coal in the network? We've had a debug alarm still on. Well, let's see if it's okay. I'm a little concerned about this ship because it seemed to have been venting a bit more than normal. This is the ship I just made. It's the one I just sent out. Making blue science at 14k, but using 3k speed modules. And that's 1200. Yeah, double it. Why not? I'm very curious to know if this is too steep, but I can't tell with it venting this much right now. Ten seconds, 9 seconds, and gone. There'll be a few eggs in the cryos that'll hatch, but yeah. That's what the turrets are for. You got 721. Huh. So if you got 721, that makes me think we've been venting more eggs than I've been realizing. Which means this number might be a little too high. Like it's getting more eggs than can actually handle. And I might want to bring that down. Because yeah, that's 721, 733. 729. There's always going to be a little RNG in the Promethium chunk. Sometimes you get a little luckier earlier on, before you get to the richer parts of the Promethium fields, right? And these ships are, like, very much pushing things to the edge. You know what I want to see? I want to see how long it takes to load the quants. We need to do some observing instead of running around like a headless chicken. Just trying to, like, you know, put out fires. We need to just sit back, you know, smoke a blunt, relax, and just look at things. Because sometimes you realize improvements just by watching things work. And I feel like I haven't done very much of that this stream, or this run. I wanted just to see exactly how long it takes to load the quants. Because the longer the quants take to load, you know, the less Promethium science I get, right? Since it spends time waiting there. 30 seconds left. It was 10 seconds. It was 10 seconds. The last eggs were 10 seconds left when they got vented. Not 30. Yes, fusion actually takes power. It's easy to miss, but the reactors themselves actually require power. You see on the right where it says max consumption 250 megawatts? It actually consumes a good chunk of power itself. That's why all my fusion ships have solar panels on them to get them started. Like you can see here. I don't know what the fuck happened up here. But you can see it here. Here, go to Vulcanist for a second. And get your cargo bay repaired. Yeah, that's who I wanted to say. So it just started. Fuck, I should have had my timer up. Where is it? Well, we launch in... Okay, we launch in volleys of about 6K. And that's not using generic silos anymore. Well, it's less than 6K. It's 200 per silo, and we have 32 silos, right? Okay, I guess it is around 6K. Yeah, 6,400 per launch. That's not too bad then, right? I don't think that's too bad. $6K per launch. We need, we don't actually need 30K, we need 26K. We need, that needs to match that minus, you know, or divided by 10. I don't know. Like, five or so launches is not too bad. I think I'm okay with that, actually. These are nicely buffered, too, yeah. They're nice and full. So we can handle multiple ships coming back to back without problem. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering if I wanted to, because... Oh, yeah, fuck, the one thing I changed, I forgot. Okay, what requires quants on a kilo besides the space shit? The railguns and the fusion reactors. Well, the way I had it on my old blades was I had the bottom ones on provider chests so they could supply to everything else, but it also had the side effect of utilizing the generic silos for quant launching. which is sort of, I guess, both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it means they launch slightly faster. It's a bad thing because it means it's, you know, a lot more bot action, a bit more UPS, but I don't think it's too bad. I mean, there's not a lot of bots on this planet. The max consumption, 10? It says 250, not 10. Oh, yeah, you mean the bottom one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. The 250 is the fusion fuel thing. Yeah, it consumes electricity. You're right, I was looking at the wrong part. It needs 10 megawatts to start. Multiple ships to be stuck at a kilo? There can be multiple ships in a kilo orbit, but they'll load one by one. Yeah, what I've said is correct. I'm kind of thinking of making just a single, standalone, separate, quant maker. Maybe, like, right here. Since this is where I have the fluoro. And then just flying the lithium in. Because that already gets, you know, put in the network. In a good quantity. Probably a little too much, actually. And then we limit its output. If we limit its output to be no more than 100 quants at a time, then it'll never put them in here. Yeah, let's do that, I think. And we can do that all remotely, easily. Because this only needs to drive the railguns. It only needs to drive the railguns, the reactors, and that's basically it, yeah. The railguns and the reactors. And these are only getting made when I actually deploy a new one. And these only get made when, you know, a ship goes boom, which I guess is a pretty constant demand right now. Oh yeah, and you need a cooling. God damn it. Fine. Of course. Heat pipe, why are you such a bitch? That'll do it. You just enable if that gets below, like, 2K or something. On the way back. On the way back. How like, that's... Yeah. I'm a bit surprised at that question. Like, think about it. Think about it. Why would you collect them on the way out? When you're on the way out, you have the eggs. As soon as you start loading the first eggs... Sorry. As soon as you start loading the first eggs, you're on the clock. As soon as you start loading the first eggs, you're on the clock. Like, as soon as you get those eggs, you want to just get the fuck out to the Promethium fields. No, yeah. It specifically collects on the way back. Like this is what the route looks like. Novice, pick up the eggs, pick up the token, go out by Gleba. That's to drop. It'll drop some eggs to Gleba if Gleba needs to make soil. That's how I handle soil production. Is I just have Promethium ships drop a small amount of eggs on the way out if they're needed, because those ships are already designed to handle eggs, so it just makes my life easier. And then on it does go by a kilo, obviously, but yeah, it's on the way back that it picks up the Promethiums. Are reactors not legendary? They are. They are. On the ships, at least. Is there a reason why I not prefer building blue LES on a kilo? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things to ship in. Especially because you'd have to ship in, like, sulfuric acid barrels as well and shit like that. For the blue chips. A kilo just goes most smoothly when you're just importing finished products. This is what my kilo import list looks like right now. I have my all planets normal, my all planets legendary, and then a specific planet one. And that's all I bring in. These could be removed now. But yeah. It's not a very big list. If you compare, versus like the all planets list. But it's not a very big list of things you need to bring in. But generally, intermediates ship pretty well. Raw ingredients, in terms of like the hierarchy of how well things ship, intermediates generally ship pretty well. Raw ingredients ship okay, but usually not as well as intermediates. And finished products ship very poorly. Right? Like belt, for example, is 50 per rocket. So you need, a lot of silos to get your belt off the ground at that point. But it's pretty obvious if you just look at the menu. You look at copper. Copper ships at 1,000. Right? But copper turns into copper wire 2 to 1. But copper wire ships at 4,000. So, by shipping copper wire instead of copper, you effectively are shipping twice the amount of copper per rocket, assuming you're using up all the copper wire. Now, that being said, you should never actually be shipping copper wire, but I'm just trying to use this as, an example. And also, you do have to also worry about room in your platform, right? Because this is going to take up a lot more space in your platform than this. Well, kind of. I guess it's technically roughly the same amount, equivalent, right? Yeah, 100 versus 200. But yeah, you get the idea, right? And you'll see that with everything. Like, this is 1,000. This is 2 iron per gear. And it ships at 1,000, so it's eventually twice as dense in terms of material per rocket launch. So yeah, intermediates. Intermediates are what is the name we use to refer to materials that are made from raw ingredients, but are not things you can place on the ground. So like all chips are intermediates, engines, electric engines, these are all intermediates. These are intermediates. All that shit's intermediates. Quantum is still an intermediate. A finished product generally refers to something that you can place on the ground or to science itself. Generally. I'm sure someone in chat is going to chime up with an exception to that, but you get the idea. Yeah, the token system is specifically so that the novice biter launchers have time to reload in between launches. Like right now you are okay, I do need to make that barrel shit happen faster. Because yeah, it actually... Oh no, you're actually... No, we need to switch, never mind. Yeah. Need to switch researches. Promethium has been good to go for a while. Or is it? What's going on? Why did I not get a, What's up with my lights? We're at 3.9. We're at 3.9, Where the fuck was it? It was this one, right? Have a do that. There we go. Now we get 5 lights. Blue and LDS? Yeah. Yeah, generally intermediates are better to ship than their base products. Like, even though... I haven't done the math, someone else can do it if they feel like it. But even though blue chips only ship 300... If you were to ship all the green chips and red chips and acid to make them, it would probably be more rockets than just sending the blue chips. But someone else can do that math. I can't be fucked. But you have to remember, like, it's not just about how many rockets you're using. It's about simplicity, right? It's about sanity, right? It's about being able to organize things logically for you as the factory runner. Like, sometimes it's better to do things slightly less efficiently just because it's significantly less headache. Okay, the chips we want a lot of, but we don't need that many reds. So let's get rid of rare reds next. I can't see a reason why I need to have that much stone. That we can just hook up directly. I don't care about keeping stone. So just request 200 stone there. Get rid of that shit. Oh, let's take a peek in the stream now. I think you should start Factorio again? Clearly you should. Is there a point in this world where I consider it finished? Yeah. Yeah, once we've done, like, all the optimizing we can and we're at the UPS cap, yeah, then that's essentially the end of the Megabase. We're already in what I call the plateau phase, where most optimization is done, the bulk of the building has been done, and we're focusing mainly on minor refinements and UPS optimizations. Right? Wow, the pollution. Holy. Like, all the pollution that was being generated here got moved out here. I need to get some trees up here, actually. These two things are struggling with mitigating it all. But yeah, it's actually so crazy. The pollution in my in the middle of my base actually got low enough, the water went back to blue. And that's in the center of my fucking base. But don't worry, I'm sure we can find some green water. Went back to blue out here, too. This was green for a while as well. Yeah, a lot of the water's been going back to blue. Is there even any green water anywhere? Probably right here. Yeah, there you go. That'll always be green. Can I add the thrusters back? I probably can. Honestly, I'd kind of forgotten about it. But I guess I don't need to do it till, like, I absolutely need to do it. The thing is, each one of these ships makes 3 million white science per second. Or white, yeah, 3 million equivalent. White science per minute, sorry. So it being, and we have 2 of them. So yeah, it cutting down the thrusters means we're probably at, like, you know, whatever. Like, as long as it's over 4 million remaining, that's what we need right now. But yeah, when we scale up to 6 million, I definitely need to add the thrusters back. But yeah, I kind of forgot about that. White science ships are kind of ships you never really wind up looking at. Once they're built, you just kind of forget about them. Blue water is best water? I mean, I'm a pollution mitigation kind of person. So, yeah, we do what we can. Here's some green water. But hey, we have a swimming pool with fish in it. And that's all that matters. How you doing, Konich? You missed all the fun today. Alright, what else do we need to get rid of? That's in the network. Horror? Yeah. 1. Yeah, we blew up 1 ship. But I was referring to the political stuff, which derailed the stream for the first couple hours. Who is it that compared Biter Zoo versus Forest? Artellus and Piano. Both did some work on that. Oh, I think A-Buck might have done some as well, yeah. But yeah, I know Artellus and Piano both did a little work on it. Here, let me just make my life simpler. And, for each... I'll put 200. And then I don't have to worry about the value on the constant. We can just put the item in and it's good. Okay, what else is junk in here? 5,000 yellow inserters. Yep, goodbye. 3K yellow belt. Yep, goodbye. I don't think I need normal RoboFrames anymore. I don't know, I'm just gonna fucking put it in. If it keeps putting them into the network, then we know I still need them for something. But I don't think I need them anymore. Oh, God, what else? It's actually not too bad in terms of... Fucking shaves, man. Alright, hopefully that should be steady now. Are we in a transition? We are still in a transition phase. Or is that the recycle light? I can't remember. That's the transition light. Yeah, that's the recycle one. Should stabilize soon. If that purple light doesn't go off within like a minute, then we need to check again. Yeah, there's no more being added to the network, so we're definitely done with it. What else? What else? What else? I don't need stone brick for anything, do I? No, you're all in legendary now. Yeah, we should be good. Well, I need it for concrete, but... Whatever, stick it in there. Why is there solid fuel in the network? That should never be in the network. Bulk inserters. Coal. Why is there coal? We shouldn't need coal in the network. Calcite we do. And where was the coal pickup? I don't think we need you anymore, right? Yeah, I can't think of a reason. Yeah, if this is completely dormant, that's good. That means everything I've added has been burned and it's no longer being generated. If we add something and it like burns everything and it's still occasionally bringing in stuff, then it means it's still being produced somewhere like this. I don't need you for anything, do I? No, you're all toast. But I need the electric engines for silos. So I should be good shutting you down. Better to do a whitelist thing than a blacklist? Do you have any idea how long a whitelist would be? No. We definitely want a blacklist. Like, I'd have to make a whitelist of every item I didn't want removed, right? Like, think about that. That'd be ridiculous. We have yellow rockets here for some reason. Probably got dropped from a ship. Get rid of those now. We really only care about the very high quantity stuff. So that's what's actually using up all the space. Oh, the first couple of rows look okay. Like, the circuit buffers are going to be high. Because, you know, it's all this shit. But that's fine. Is there anything else in here that needs purging? I guess I can get rid of the uncommon tungsten. I don't know why there is that much to begin with. Batteries. Normal power pulse. Oh yeah. So if there's any normal blues or reds, get rid of those too. Any yellow undergrounds, yellow splitters. Could I do something like my belt debugger and figure out which items in the network haven't been added to or removed? Ooh. Yeah, you can do something like that with a memory cell, but it's going to be pretty involved. It's going to be pretty involved. Essentially, what you need to do is read everything from the Roboport. You need to read everything from the Roboport, store it in a memory cell that only gets updated periodically. That's running off a timer that only gets updated, let's say, every minute. and then constantly be comparing those numbers to what's in the network, and if it doesn't match, then you spit it out to a display, yeah. So yeah, like what you're describing is possible. But I don't know. The thing with these doing cleanup is it's like a one-time thing per planet, and you don't have to do it on every planet. You don't even really have to do it. It technically doesn't affect UPS, right? Like items that are just sitting in storage and not actively, you know, being acted on. That's just a number in memory. But I don't know. There might be a slight UPS increase for cleaning it up because I guess the bots, when looking in storage to find items, might have slightly less stuff to look through, but whatever increase you're going to get from that is not going to be measurable, right? So, yeah. Yeah, look at all the fucking calcite. How big are the calcite volleys? Oh, they're big. Oh, we definitely launched enough. Yeah, I was thinking I needed to add in more, but... yeah, it's getting it in basically like 2 volleys anyway. I mean, the science probably takes longer, yeah. Yeah, if the science takes longer than the calcite, then the calcite's fine, and I think it does take longer. Yeah, it does. Calcite's done. Science is only 20% done. 40% now. You saw some rare? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Yeah, that's actually what I should do. Search for, like, the off-quality stuff, yeah. And get rid of that. Okay, hold on. I don't want to put everything in one by one, so let's do this. I'm going to use a little more circuitry here. We're going to use a selector combinator. So take everything from the robo. I want a quality filter for... we'll start with epic. And then tell me what we have. Yeah, we should be able to get rid of all of that, minus the chips. I want to keep the chips. So then just give me this. That just does, like, minus 10,000. For you... you... and you. And, why can you not see outputs on a selector? I just realized that. I've never noticed that before. Like, if I click on a regular combinator, I can see inputs and outputs in here. But on a selector, it doesn't... there's no outputs. I have to fucking hook it up to a pole or something. Easy to make a quality purge filter? That's exactly what I'm doing right now, yeah. Yeah, we're going to filter epic. And then we are going to take our chips here. Which have those values. And we are going to... quality transfer, direct select on each. And then you. And then you. Well, I don't want to get rid of legendary. And common ordinary. Okay, like that. And if I did that right, it should be giving me a minus 10k on every chip, yep. And then we're going to hook you up with the quality, so that cancels those out. So that'll remove the chips. And then you filter out only positive signals and output them at a value of 200. And just make sure real quick we want to get rid of all that. Yeah, looks good, yep. Junk it! And it's all gone. Okay, and now we'll check for rare. Are we good getting rid of all this? Yeah, looks good. Junk it. Wait. Why do you have... Oh, it's not legendary. I thought that was showing legendary pump jacks. I was like, huh? It's just the fucking box quality icon. Alright, and now we'll do common. Yeah, we don't care about any of that shit. Can you even throw an oxide chunk into a recycler? Yeah, you can. I actually didn't even know if you could. And yeah, work up to 3. You should see my sandbox, dude. You should see my sandbox. You want to know what I'm up to in my fucking, Oh, shit. Well, you know, it's been a while since I made a save. What's today? 4/13. Made a fork save so we could, you know... You want to see my sandbox? Wire color counter? But do I not gamble? Yeah, but they'll be in the rocket thing. I'm not doing requests from you know, like they'll be in the chest, right? Hold on. Yeah, 293,000. Yeah, well, we're up to 293,000 in the sandbox. Actually, I thought it was higher than that. I thought we were at, like, near 1 million. But yeah, it won't affect the rocket gambling, because the rocket gambling, they're all the ingredients are in here. They're in a requester chest. Okay, that should be it for the quality stuff, right? Obviously, Legendary is a whole nother story. But yeah, I think we literally got rid of all uncommon, rare, and epic, except for the chips. Which is exactly what I wanted. So you're good now. You're still putting stone in? Where is stone getting put in? Why can't I zoom out? Holy shit, my mouse wheel is finally dying. Oh, I was putting a small amount of stone into the network. What for, though? I can't remember. Oh, it's Houston Foundation. Oh, yeah, it's Houston Foundation. Okay, let me take stone out of there. Yeah, kind of forgot about that part. Fortunately, stone is easy to regenerate. Anything else? Quality with belts or bots? Do bots. Do bots. Do you have any idea how much of a nightmare it is to do it in belts? You have to do a sushi belt, first of all. And it's just... an important thing to remember is, like, thinking about when belts are strong and when bots are strong. Bots are strong when you're dealing with a lot of different types of material. Like, you know, a very large number of items, which you're inevitably going to be dealing with when you deal with quality. And you don't have a very long distance to go, or it's a setup that's not going to be active like 100% of the time. There's a reason our science setups are completely bot free, right? Like, there's a reason I go down here and I look at, like, blue science and, you know, there's no bots in here. Because this is a setup that is, like, active, you know, literally all the time. So we want it to be as UPS efficient as possible. So we got belt, clocked inserters, etc., etc. You know, wires galore, controlling everything. So that's where belts shine. You wouldn't want to do something like this with bots, because you would run into UPS issues very quickly. But if it's a setup that's not running very often, or you know, has a lot of different material types, which, you know, stuff like this does have. I mean, look at how many different material types are in here, right? Like you've got the rocket turret, you've got 5 different types of materials, and potentially 5 different kinds of quality. That's 25 different item types. You know, to do a belt-based thing, you're forced into doing some kind of sushi shit, and it's never going to be, like, as effective as doing it with bots. I actually did have some sushi-based quality setups early on last year before I designed the gambling circuit. Like, I had a sushi quality that was, like, kind of the precursor. I don't think I still have the blueprint. I think I deleted it a long time ago. But I had some basic sushi shit, yeah, initially. Before we you know, designed the proper circuit-based recipe switching shit. But yeah, I essentially, like, I remember the old setup was it was something like this, where it's like I would have this one, you know, making, say, like, uncommon, or this one making, like, normal, and then this one making uncommon. God damn it. I have to click both of them again. And then this one rare, and so on and so on. And then we would have a sushi belt going around the whole thing. And then it would, you know, be inputting what it needs and then outputting what it doesn't need. So you get the idea. You know, I'm obviously not going to design the whole thing right now, but that was essentially how it worked. And that was the old system I used before we designed the circuit-based gambling one you're looking at right now. What are you still doing? Stone brick? Take that out. Alright, anything else we want to junk? Efficiency 2s. Regular prod 3s. We should just put all those in. Of the regular ones, yeah. Speed 1. Speed 2. Speed 3. And there won't be any prod 3s here, because it takes biter eggs, and obviously I never shipped those here. Qualities, yeah, as well. So all we care about are the legendary Q3s now. We can keep the legendary Q2s in case I fire that up again. Same with that. Yeah, I'm not getting rid of anything legendary. Got some assembler ones. Some grenades, solar panels. Assembler 1, assembler 2, assembler 3. Any normal refineries, solar panels. Accumulators. And then I can just kind of put in just about everything here. Normal beacons. Probably a bunch of those. Normal pump jacks. Normal recyclers, normal foundries. Normal EMs, cryos. Turbines too, technically, right? Don't need those anymore. Normal chests. Normal roboports. I think I already got rid of all the bots. But if there's any left, yeah, get rid of them. Chem plants. Normal pumps. Normal other pumps. Normal chests. Tanks are in normal quality, because I don't understand, why do chests go up in capacity but tanks do not? Somebody explain this to me. Why don't we get bigger tanks? I would love to have bigger tanks. It would be so nice on my Promethium ships to have like tanks that stored like 100k liquid. That'd be nice, man. That'd be nice. Oh. Normal stacks. Yeah, we can get rid of normal stacks too. Oh, there's 1,000 prods. Yeah, because I ship prods here. That's right. Yeah, there actually are prod 3s. Because yeah, even though I never made them here, I did ship them here early on. And normal stacks too. Easier to just go through this list, honestly. And think of what we don't need anymore. Like just, yeah, looking at these. Normal mining drills. Normal big mining drills. And we've already done a quality purge, so we don't need to worry about that. I think we're good. The normal cargo bays. Normal U, normal U. Normal U. Normal U. Normal U even. Hey, DJ. Compress water much? Hey, you can compress water. It just takes a lot of force. A lot. Everything is compressible with the right attitude. Of course, it's probably not going to be done. It's probably not going to be water anymore. But that's a whole other story. Yeah, I mean, the rest is whatever. Ugh, the rest is whatever. Hamster became a raccoon? Yeah. Speaking of trash, I implemented your little fix. There was a mistake in it, but I think I corrected it. You had an extra wire that I'm pretty sure shouldn't be there. I think I fixed it, but it hasn't jammed yet. But yeah, if you want to know what the mistake was that I found, you had this inserter reading this piece of belt. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't supposed to be doing that, so I disconnected that. And now it seems to be okay. Before then, it was going haywire. But yeah, hopefully it should be good now. Yeah, it was there though. Yeah, I have it right here. I can even show you. Yeah, it was. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't in your blueprint. Oh, it might have just been me stamping it. Oh wait, no, it is there. It is there. What am I saying? No, it might have just been me stamping it. Yeah, it might not have been your fault. I didn't realize that till now. I thought it was in the little blueprint. But yeah, okay. Yeah. So I guess it was my fault, but I realized the error. But yeah, I kind of assumed it was in the blueprint when I stamped it, yeah. But yeah, it seems to be working, so nice job. We'll see if one of the blades winds up dying at some point again, but... yeah, right now it seems to be good. Alright, more dumpster diving. Anything else we need to get rid of? I kind of think we're okay. I mean, that should have cleared it up quite a bit. Yeah, you can see all the empty boxes now. Cat! Thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. The input box disappear? I haven't run into that one. I don't know, dude. Like, I've ranted about this like almost pretty much every other day for like the past week. About how everything technology related is just falling apart and seems to be made of glass these days. Where it just like, it'll break for no fucking reason. It drives me absolutely crazy. When something, you know, I haven't touched like at all just decides to suddenly stop working. Huge pain in the ass. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. I can get rid of the iron rods, yellow ammo. Iron rods, yellow ammo. What else is in there that there's actually a lot of that I don't need? Yeah, I don't care about the stuff where it's like 1 or 2 items. Iron rods and yellow ammo, and I think we're done. Yeah, let's do that. And then after that, let's go clock the grabbers on the Promethium ships. Speaking of ships, are you done building? Yeah, more or less. Or stamp once just to make sure. I need to have that on the same switch. Are you still getting Iron Rod? What do I need you for? Legendary, legendary... Oh, I need it for a programmable speaker. Oh, and I guess RefCon too, yeah. Okay, that shouldn't be in there. I mean, we're done anyway. I'm about to tear the whole thing down. Yeah. Cleanup finished. Well, I can't say. I mean, ask Woob. Ask Woob. I have the same complaint. Are the ships going to be able to deliver? Yeah, you're going to be back soon. Nice, okay. So we can just stay on Research Prod for a while now. Orange is low? Huh? Oh, are we not making enough rocket fuel? Really? So the blue chips and the LDS kept up. The rocket fuel did not. I mean, you make it like 27 and you are fully fed. You make it 32. And you're also definitely fully fed. You were making it 12, actually. Yeah, it was lower than I realized. I need more beacons up there. Okay. Why does the rocket fuel make so? Why does this feel so? How many? How much should I have these up to? 13 with double beacons. With 6 beacons. It's gonna be about 15. I don't know if that's gonna be enough. I really wish, like, I know they put the, like, the oil recipes in the biochamber, but, like, I don't know. Nobody wants to deal with nutrients and spoilage on a planet other than Gleba. Like, I always want to say, like, I wish we could do the oil recipes in one of the new buildings. But we technically can. But who the fuck is gonna deal with nutrients when you don't have to? Career limit? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about rocket prod. You are right. These could be speeds. Yeah, that's a little better. Well, is this even keeping up? 49, 35, yeah. That's not keeping up with both of them now. I need a... Okay, let's make a little modification here then. How do I want to do this? Let's just go up. Here, make this. Really? Can I move the robo elsewhere? I can just remove that. We have one below now. Yeah, move you over. And then remove that. Or I should switch them. No, it's 14 now, it's 10 now. And 1 beacon versus 3. 25, 40. I mean, as long as it's fed enough. The question is that number going to start going up or not? How are you still starved? Oh. Okay. You're not even getting enough heavy. I'll hit you again. Keep adding beacons. How much can you put out? 616? How much? Oh, no, it's, yeah. Well, these barely use any. Yeah, the rocket fuel itself barely uses any. It's all in the solid fuel. Needing about 600. So actually that is pretty close, isn't it? You should be good now, right? Hopefully you're going up soon. If nutrients could be self-sustaining off Gleba, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Bioflux ships very well. Bioflux ships very well, and, it's not hard to get it, to other planets. You know, you're already shipping it around quite a bit by default. I never noticed that door before. What is it doing? What is that part of the doodad? It's just, what is supposed to be happening there? Where's one that's constantly running? It just kind of opens and closes. Like chomp, 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 chomp. That bird makes no sense. Venting? That's the vent. On the top right. You can see the smoke coming out of it, or mist, or steam, or moisture, or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be. Condensation. What the hell is that? If only we could reach some kind of refrigerator. I've heard people say that, like, there should be a kilotech to freeze eggs in the cryo chamber, but... And I kind of understand that from a thematic point of view. But from a gameplay point of view, I think that it's important that there be the biter egg challenge. Like, one thing about Promethium ships that makes them so entertaining to design and use is that there's so much that can actually threaten them. And I think that's very, very healthy for the game. You know, you've got an endgame kind of thing where, you know, you really have to design well, otherwise your ship gets destroyed by asteroids, it gets destroyed by biters, you know. I think that's a good thing, that you have to, like, design around that. It makes things interesting. I'm a big advocate of there being active threats in games. Even in, like, you know, kind of like city building factory type games. I'm a big advocate of there being, like, active opponents that are actually trying to thwart you. It makes things more interesting, right? Like, Satisfactory didn't really do that part very well. It had just random mobs around the map you can go kill. And they never really actually threaten your factory. On Novice, or on Factorio, you're actually being actively threatened on at least 2 planets, so... Yeah, I'm hoping they remove thruster stacking in 2.1, but... You know, while it's in the game... It's kind of stupid not to use it, so... we use it. But I was initially pretty against it when we first realized it was a thing. I mean, I still kind of am, but... I don't know. My philosophy is that if something is in the game, and it's not like, you know, a straight-up broken exploit, like, you know, say, generating items out of thin air, I usually sort of avoid those things if I think they're going to get patched, but if it's clear that the developers are not going to fix it, then I'll, you know... I use everything that's available to me. Like, fluid voiding is the best example of that. Like, last year, none of my setups did fluid voiding. To get rid of extra ammonia on a kilo, I was, like, literally just making rocket fuel and then recycling it. That's how my old blades worked. Yeah, they literally, you know, to make the ice for the cryosites. I made a rocket fuel because the rocket fuel recipe is very intensive on ammonia. And then just recycle it over and over. Just make rocket fuel, recycle, repeat. Gets rid of a lot of ammonia. But that was then. This is now. And now we just void using the rocket fuel recipe to avoid ammonia to keep our ice flowing. Have you get some UPS out of it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's less about, like, getting the UPS and more that, like... I'm not a big fan of creating, like, arbitrary limits for myself in games. You know, arbitrary... Oh, I mean, I guess... Someone's about to say, but you don't use belt weaving, but you only use substations. I guess that is kind of true. But I have, like, reasons for not wanting to do that, right? Like, I don't like you doing belt weaving for 2 reasons. Number 1... I'm lazy and I can't be fucked managing more than one kind of belt. You know, if I can do things with only green belt, it makes my life easier. And number 2, I kind of don't like belt weaving because it's, like, so easy to break. Like, you use an upgrade planner in the wrong spot and your fucking build just breaks. Right, so... Like, pretty much everything. And the thing is, like, and everything I've been able to design, I've been able to do without weaving. There hasn't been anything. Are you building up rocket fuel yet or no? There's no way that's still not enough. You gotta be fucking kidding me. We're making 24 per second. Per second! I'm gonna start dipping. We're already dipping, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be really lazy. I'm gonna go grab a ton of rocket fuel from down here. And I'm gonna drop it in those chests. And just see, and see if it's, you know, a time thing. Like, maybe it would have stabilized over time. Right? And we'll be able to tell. Because if the numbers start going down very, very quickly, then it obviously wouldn't have been enough. But yeah, if that's like... You know, once it's all launching, if we see this drop, like, all the way down to fucking, like, 0, then I guess we need more than 24 per second. But we only make LDS at 32, and that's... Or maybe it's not enough? Ooh. Lower than I would have liked. 1.2. This was 30 a second? Shit, maybe I was shooting for, like, 20 a second. And then I overshot a little and went for about 30. Maybe I should have aimed for like 40 or 50. It's kind of hard to tell, you know, exactly how much rocket fuel these wind up taking because there's so many variables involved in how frequent the rockets launch. Blue belt is for green belt? Yep, pretty much. If you want to compress water, the easiest way is turning into hydrogen and oxygen. Well, then it's not really water anymore, is it? Yeah, that might not be enough, actually. That actually went fucking down to 0, man. Yeah. I think my little factory is not enough, man. The blue chips bottomed out, too. Fuck. Double it? I mean, like, I could put down a second, I guess. I'd rather just redesign it to output more. I just really didn't know how much I needed. I was thinking, like, 20 a second, you know, that's a lot, right? It's 20 per second. That's a huge amount. But these things are fucking thirsty, apparently. At efficiency? I have efficiencies in here, and that doesn't affect it either way. Efficiencies don't affect how many rocket parts get used. And we're already at 300 rocket part prod, obviously. Yeah, I have it. It's max. It's the one I'm just talking about. Are you getting enough coal down here? Yeah. Well, kinda. Yeah, you are. It's output full. Yeah, I mean, we're 300 hours into a Megabase, and this is not my first space age Megabase. I mean, you can look at it right there. We're at 3K mining prod. That's max, because that's made in a foundry. Max, because it's made in a foundry. 30, 30. You know. I mean, this really doesn't matter, because of the speed of the recipe to begin with. That's a 30. Made it in EMP, so it's maxed. Maxed. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. That actually makes me sad. That makes me sad. My little blueprint is just not enough. I love the rolling melody in this song. I wish this band did more music like this. $300, yeah. Level 9,000 laser damage, yeah. Out of focus. The Sunday crowd started dreaming of television, turned up too loud. Yeah, I mean, it's just not enough. Even the blue chips aren't enough. Back to the drawing board, I guess. Let's do the goddamn clocking first. I mean, I don't know. Like, this isn't even enough to keep me going on research prod. Or maybe it is. It might be finally starting to flatten out. Ugh. Okay, I'm just gonna add beacons. And then we can clean up the blueprint later. Get it to like 40 or so. 39, that's 197, you're still good. 14, 19, you're no longer good. Okay, now you're good. Alright, we're now up to 40 on the blue chips. If 40 isn't... I can probably, like, squeeze up to 40 or so out of this, but if we need more than that, it's gonna require a redesign of the entire fucking thing. That's 40 now, too. They're actually both the exact same number. I guess that's a good number to shoot for, then, if we can get it to the literal... It's all used in the exact same amount, right? So 2 beacons on LDS and 4 beacons on blue chips gets us to literally the exact same number. We'll see if that actually starts building up. If that doesn't build up, then yeah. Remove the cap from rocket parts, asteroids, and straps since they aren't reversible. Bro, could you imagine removing could you imagine removing the fucking cap on scrap? On scrap, you recycle like 1 piece of scrap, and it explodes into like 10,000 blue circuits, like 5,000 LDS, like 3 fucking billion concrete. Like, yeah, that one might be a little dangerous. Alright, is this building up? It is. Okay. I think 40 is enough. Yeah, we should be shooting for 40 then, or 39.5. Okay, we definitely still need more rocket fuel. So I should just be able to be good to beacon view now, right? Yeah. What are my numbers I'm dealing with specifically? 284 times 2 is what? 568? And you're 616? So we have about 50-ish, 48 extra light oil per second. You need 35 and 30 and 25. I guess I'll add like 1 more beacon up here or something. So you're 570. Yeah, you're now 746. And then just do that, I guess. 16, 14. It's about 30. You get another one up here, but it's starting to get tight. Six beacons, 4 beacons, 15, 17. It's not quite 40, but is it enough? Yeah, it's, yeah. I was kind of memeing, obviously. Like, you know, it doubles every level, right? This is one of the ones that doubles every level. So this goes 143. Oh no, it doesn't quite double. Sorry. It's 143, 215, 323. It's 50% more. So yeah, like realistically, you'd only be able to get it to like maybe like 40 something. 40, 45. So yeah, the scenario I was describing was a bit cartoonish, obviously, but yeah. Chips are good now, and so is LDS. Although they might not be good and just being held back by this stupid bastard. Let me see if I can squeeze in one more beacon on the top one. I think I can, yeah. And if I move you over by 1 or 2... Now they have the same beacons. 6 on each, 17.7. And they each have their own chem plant. Dude, this thing wound up having so many more fucking beacons than I expected it to have. You know what my original concept was when designing this? I was gonna make like 3 beacons, and then have everything go around it. Like I did these old refineries from last year. Like the box oil refineries. Like, yeah, I designed a couple like these. Where it was just like a couple central beacons and everything went around it. That's what I was kind of expecting to design here. Instead, the whole thing's just got spaghetti beacons all over the fucking place. It looks slightly better. There's a few closed silos still. Yeah, I don't know. It has flattened out, so maybe we're finally getting enough. How many silos do I need to support? 100. 100 silos launching almost constantly at maximum rocket prod. Who feels like doing the math? Who feels like doing the math? Not me. I ratio things by brute force. I build thing. If it's not enough, I build more thing. If it's not enough, I build even more thing. I subscribe to the school of double it. I have a PhD in doubling. The D stands for double. Am I gonna play Pi after this base? We'll get to it later this year. I'm gonna be playing a couple other games after we wrap this base up. I've been playing Factorio for like a year and a half. Pretty much non-stop. I took a couple weeks off to play PoE League last year. But other than that, like, I've been playing Factorio non-stop for like a fucking year, a year and a half. There's still a lot I want to do in Factorio. I have not touched any modded Factorio at all. Like, I have 0 hours in modded Factorio. Like, I have, what, 3,651 hours. And it's all in vanilla. It's all in fucking vanilla. Every last minute of it. The only mods I've ever installed have been for, like, helping design things or, like, you know, fix things in vanilla. Like A-Buck's sidecar mod or the rail intersection benchmarking mod that I temporarily installed. But yeah, I haven't even played, like, Industrial Revolution. I haven't played Pianodons. I haven't played K2SE. I haven't done any modded planets. I want to do the modded planets first. Like, I already have the order in my head kind of, like, set of how we want to do things. Like, when we start when we start doing modded Factorio, we're gonna start with a modded planets run. That'll be the first. Holy shit, she's loud right now. Let me turn it down a little bit. I can't even hear myself speak. But yeah, we're first going to do modded planets run. And then after that, I'll probably start working on the Factorio mods in increasing order of complexity. So Pianodons will be the last, obviously. Like, I will first probably do, you know, modded planets, then probably Industrial Revolution, then maybe space exploration. And then, yeah, piano notes will be last. Do I know what mods I want to give a shot to? I think I just answered that, yeah. Would love to see my take on Pi. Me too. We're planning on going hard mode first. Yeah, that's right. The very first time I play Pi, I'm going to play it on hard mode. It's roughly 50 a second. Alright, one person said 50 a second. The other said 30 a second. So we're going to both give them a knife, put them in an arena, and whoever wins was right. It's going to be a monkey knife fight. What if one of you is right, one of them is wrong? So, I don't know who's right and who's wrong. Maybe you're both wrong. There's also that. There's option C. I immediately eat my own knife. Okay, he's dead. Let me show you what you exactly wrote. Launch time is 25 seconds. I believe it was 26.5. If I remember from last year. My memory might be a little rusty. I'm still seeing closed silo doors. There's no way it's still not enough. You're fucking kidding me right now. Yeah, the blue chips are up to 2K and the LDSs. Yeah, I really need like around 40 a second at least. I mean, it might be more, as I said. Because it might be I get the fucking, why is my UPS so low? Holy shit. What's going on? You know, it went back down. Like in fucking slow motion. Okay, here, we can time this right now. From the minute it says launching rocket to the next one, and I'm getting alarms. That's assuming it actually gets the rocket parts to launch the next one. But, like, if memory serves from last year, it was, like, exactly 26.5. Well, I got 29 there. Maybe I just suck at timing things. Oh, now the doors are closed. I need more fucking fuck. I don't have enough fuck. Okay, add another one of these up here, I guess. It's definitely starved on light oil now. Alright, max beacons, here we go. It's just a chip. The inserter is struggling. $953, and they used about 284, 300, yeah. Give or take. Might be very slightly starved. I really need a second plant. I don't know, the whole goddamn thing just needs to be redesigned, honestly. I need to just do beacon rows for like the things that actually need it. I need to have it like how I did this actually, kind of. Where it's like the things that don't need the heavy beacons are like off to the side, and then squares or rows. Picked this name a year before Jenga channels were made. Yeah, yeah, I would be pissed too. Yeah. It might be good now, actually. Seems like it finally caught up. We might have finally band-aided ourselves to victory. Just keep slap another beacon on it. Not fast enough, slap another beacon on it. Always assume spherical cows. Why do we have one silo that's not launching? I might just not need it. Yeah. Nope. This just happens to be low. Those really came out well, didn't they? I don't think I'll ever get tired of looking at that. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a good addition. It's definitely pretty clear that they thought of that when they designed it too. Because like it just creates like the perfect recession just for the heat pipe. I think Woob definitely had that in mind when they designed those tiles, or maybe they like accidentally sort of discovered it kind of thing. And then built toward it, but yeah, it fits so perfectly. Even on the curve parts, if you look at it, it's like a perfect fucking fit. I like the way the heat pipes look on this too. There's a lot of fucking heat pipe in these plates that I cannot deny. Oh, also these should not be connected anymore. Every blade is supposed to have an isolated heat network, yeah. Yeah, this wound up having a lot of heat pipe. I want to compare. Like this, not counting the bottom section, is 985. This, not counting the bottom section, it actually is more, huh? Huh. Because if you look at this and all of these, this actually does look like more heat pipe. But I guess this has a lot more in the bottom half, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually really happy. We spent a lot of time banging our head on the fucking Quantum Blade layout. Like, I fucking experimented with so many different layouts for the Quantum Blade where I spent, you know, a little while designing something only to throw it out like an hour later. I probably did that like at least half a dozen times. As we were trying to perfect the Quantum layout. But as far as, you know, a botted Quantum Blade goes, you know, you could do a belted one maybe. But as far as a botted one goes, yeah, this turned out well. So much more elegant than the old version, that's for sure. Your friend on Steam? Uh-oh. They've been successfully stalked. Yeah, small fucking world, indeed. That's funny as hell. How much do I request LDS and circuits for these? Pretty high. I think I have it. I just double it every time there's not enough. That's basically how I do it. So yeah, 64K on the blue chips, 32K on the LDS. But yeah, that's just kind of how I did it. I started at like 1K, and every time it wasn't enough, I would just straight up double it. I told you. I have a PhD, and the D stands for double. The LDS is low right now, though. Well, the question is... But yeah, the cargo ship's almost here. So it's fine. Ben 1 Gauntlet. Yeah. What else is new? He puts in the most effort for gauntlets, though, out of anyone. That is, like, true. But there's a feedback loop going on with him and his stream. You know. Like, obviously, like, you know... He's, like, an extremely good player. But it's like, he wins gauntlets, so he puts a huge amount of effort into winning gauntlets. And then he wins gauntlets, and everybody watches him because he's the gauntlet king, and yeah. That's basically his thing now. I just point that out because I don't think anyone else puts anywhere near the same amount of effort that he does. Like, there's some people that do some effort, but yeah. He puts in a lot of off-stream effort, too. I don't know if he still does this, but I remember hearing him once talking about how he, like, literally leveled, like, 4 different builds off-stream to, like, level 90 to test, like, how good they would be in the gauntlet. I'm like, damn, that's some fucking commitment, man. Leveling, like, that many characters off-stream just to, you know... Just to test, just to experiment with a build to see if it's good, yeah. Gotta respect that kind of commitment, yeah. He relogged to League? What, to like the same character, to Standard? Yeah. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. You know, like, I'm not trying to diminish his talent. Like, I do think he is the most talented and most skilled PoE player. But people don't realize how much fucking effort how much effort he puts into like testing and you know, refining the shit that he does. It's some real fucking effort, man. It's a good example of the, you know, 99% perspiration meme. Real League? Wait, what do you mean? Like he had like his Gauntlet character ready in the League as well as the Gauntlet at the same time? He didn't just make a standard character test damage. He made it in the League itself. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd kind of expect. As well, yeah. But yeah. But I think people just miss that part of what he does. I think a lot of people, like, when they look at, like, and I'm speaking more in general, when they look at people do, like, really, like, tremendous feats in games, when they look at, like, high-skilled or, like, well-developed gameplay, I think people a lot of the time attribute way too much of it to, you know, they over-attribute it to personal skill and they under-attribute, you know, hard work. Right? Like, people, like, you know, look at, even people who look at, like, what I do here, you know, they're like, oh, you're so good at Factorio. It's like, it was 3,000 hours of blood, sweat, and tears to get to this point, man. Like, I didn't, like, boot up Factorio and be a Factorio god from day one. You know, my early bases were just as shit as yours, as everyone's. Yours meaning, you know, people in general, not you specifically. But I had garbage early bases, too. But, you know, you just keep iterating, you just keep improving, you just kind of always try to learn from what you do and try to do things better, and that's how we eventually wind up staring at these blades on a kilo. But yeah, congrats to Ben. He definitely deserves it. I was rooting for Sarge a little bit. Maybe he'll still win his class or something. The PoE racing site is dead now, right? Like, I remember I was trying to check it a couple months ago. Oh no, it's back? Oh no, it just links to PoE. It redirects to PoE Ninja now, yeah. Yeah, I typed in PoE Racing and it went here. What, he's dead already? Did he, like, intentionally rip? Or am I looking at the wrong league? No, it's the Gauntlet. Okay, so it is ranking by points, yeah. Yeah, my boy Karn, number 2. Always gotta root for my fellow RTS players. Exile's doing okay. He got some of the point bounties. I don't know where Sarge is. There he is. It's not that far behind. He's at 101. It's only 109, although, you know, the way things work. Yeah. There's so many names I don't recognize. There's so many names I don't recognize now. Like, where's, like, Steel and Alk? Where are the people that I know? I guess they died. Either that or I scrolled past them without seeing them. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Steel is casting on this one? Oh, okay. Hulk was doing Dota? Yeah, so was Rise, I think. Rise was fucking playing Dota instead of Gauntlet, too. He is a dad? What, Alk? Alk is a dad? I was like, what? Dude, I can't imagine Alk raising a kid. Holy shit, that'd be the... I feel like... I don't even know. I didn't know Steele was a dad. I didn't even know he was married. So I either missed that completely or he kept it, you know, off stream. He met a Polish redhead 15 months ago, and now he's married with a kid. Hey man, if it works out, it works out. She cooked for him? Yeah, that's huge. That's huge, especially if you're like a PoE Gauntlet streamer. Having somebody to cook your meals for you, so you can just game even harder, get extra hours in. Yeah, it actually makes a pretty big difference, honestly. And for Gauntlet and shit like that, if you have somebody to like cook for you and stuff like that. Because if you don't, then you have to like basically, you know, prepare a bunch of like quick meals beforehand, right? Because I remember having to do that. Going grocery shopping and being like, okay, I gotta like pick up like nothing but frozen pizzas and like stuff that's easily, you know, reheatable, that doesn't require me to sit over a stove for half an hour. Yeah. Ugh. Holy fucking white chat, man. This is what... I don't know what the colors look like for you guys right now. But everybody is white text right now. White and yellow. White? No, you're red. Yellow head is pink, yeah. Yeah, if you don't pick a color, you get assigned one randomly. Oh, there we go. That looks good. That's what we want to see coming back to Vulcanus. Nighttime and like early dawn rocket launches on Vulcanus are like the most fucking scenic thing. After a Kittle, I guess. Yeah, you are green. You guys played Eve over a decade, and what, you lost touch until now? That's crazy. I actually had something similar happen to me as well. And it was even funnier because it was like we were both streaming. There was a person who was briefly streaming Factorio a couple months ago, and I recognized his name. It was Fishbus. I don't know if you guys... I mean, I doubt you guys remember him. He was like a really small streamer. But I remember seeing him streaming and going like, hey, I know this guy. Like, not only was he on my friends list, my Steam friends list, from like, not even 10 years ago, but like literally 20 years ago, when we used to play TF2 together, and more specifically, he used to design maps for TF2. There's some like popular maps that have his name on it. And I remember like we used to test them on the servers we played on. Like, we got to beta test his maps and shit. And I saw him streaming Factorio. I was like, hey, I know you. And he was like, yeah, you're on my friends list. I'm like, yeah, man, TF2 days. It's kind of funny. You know, another, like, small fucking world incident. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't stream very much. Like, I'm still following him, and I don't see him online very often. Or if he does stream, he's doing it at a time where I'm asleep, I guess. But yeah. Alright, I think we should be okay now. Hopefully the band-aid I did was enough. Yeah, it's up to 2k. So it looks like around 40 is what you want to aim for like roughly 100 silos. Give or take. Ratioing by experimentation as usual. What are the TF2 maps? I think it's Control. Was it? I'm trying to remember the name. Steel. Steel. Steel, yeah. That was the big one. Yeah, this was the one. I remember this one. We got to beta test this map way back in the day. On our little community servers. This was a good map. I remember having I have a lot of memories on this map. This was a good one. But yeah, that was him. Jamie Fishbus Manson, yeah, that's him. Yeah, I think this was his crowning achievement. This was his best map. He had a couple other ones too that were really good, but this one was really good. It had so many different attack paths, and it was a really fun map because it was 5 capture points. So it wasn't just, a back and forth on like 1 or 2 points. It was like an attack defend, but with 5 points. And when he released this, most attack defend maps had only 2 points, right? Like there was like capture A and then capture B and then the team switch. This one had 5, so it was like it had like a really nice, it had a really nice progression, yeah. Yeah, I remember you spawn out here, first point here, go in, second point, third point was in the back, go around the back, fourth point, and then the final one. Great map. Great fucking map, yeah. Highlander map? Oh, dude, I miss Highlander so much. I used to play competitively. Like back when competitive Highlander was a thing, I actually played TF2 competitively. I used to play sniper competitively in Highlander. I was a pretty damn good sniper. I was a very good sniper, actually. I was a scary sniper back then. That was so long ago. Back when I was young and my reflexes were a bit faster. But yeah, I used to play competitive Highlander back when it was still a thing. Eventually, competitive Highlander kind of died out a bit. It's hard to get like 9-man teams organized. Like the whole 6v6 thing eventually became standard. There was 6v6 going on when Highlander was going on back in the day, but yeah. Highlander was the way to play TF2, in my opinion. Like, Highlander games just felt like this was the way the game was meant to be played. One of every class. I have a lot of good TF2 memories from back in the day. Steel was huge, yeah. Yeah, it was a very popular map, too. Once he released it, yeah, it became like a standard map on like every server. It was just a really good map. Having a lot of people subbing because someone wasn't there. I don't remember us having as many sub issues, but we had kind of like a little hardcore community. We had some damn good players too. I still remember all their names. That's how much I played. I don't know if Steam. I don't think Steam tracked hours back then. Like if I check it, it's not going to show the hours because they didn't track it. I think. Well, it still shows 1,000, I guess. But I'm pretty sure I have more than 1,000. Like, I played it like crazy. Yeah, right there. He's even played it recently. Yeah, even Fishbus has played it fucking not even that long ago. I last played in 2014. Holy shit. It's been 12 years for me. But yeah, good old Steel, man. Oh, simpler days, simpler times. I miss that era. When we were all happy and ignorant and just logging on to TF2 to blast. The ignorance is bliss age. Are we stable? I think we're stable. And we have 5 ships operational. You're good? Yeah, we're good. Until the orange box concerned me? Oh, I was on Steam super early. Oh, you actually reminded me of something. I have a very low Steam ID. Like, how many of you guys remember when people were, like, coveting, like, low Steam ID numbers? Like, where it was, like, you know, because you could see them in the console if you typed, like, status in Counter-Strike games. You could see people's Steam IDs. And generally, if you had, like, a very low number, it usually meant, like, you almost definitely weren't cheating. So people, like, coveted, like, the low numbers. Because it meant, like, you know, you were, like, almost definitely a legit account. ICQ, I don't even remember my ICQ number. But I was on Steam, like, very early. Like, the day it released, like, I basically got home from school and installed it, like, right away. So, yeah, I had, like, a 5-digit Steam ID number. Which was, like, generally as low as you can get. Because, like, 4-digit numbers were, like, Valve numbers and shit. I used to get people trying to buy my Steam account. Because of that number. Like, it hasn't happened in years. Like, it's been like a decade since I last got a message. But I would actually get messages from people trying to buy my Steam account. Just because of the low Steam ID. And I was like, it's like, no. You're not getting it. TF2 people would log into Vibe? Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know. We had, like, such a cool community, too. There was actually a point where I used to, like, you know, I guess it was kind of almost a precursor to streaming, honestly. I don't even remember how it started, but, like, there was this thing on our servers where I would narrate the games in real time as they were being played for, like, just tremendous comedic effect. Like, I would basically be, like, satirizing, like, you know, an announcer. I'd be, like, basically casting the game in terms of describing, like, what's going on. Except I was speaking it over voice to the people in the game who are actually playing. So somebody would be, like, you know, like, fighting, and I would be, like, you know, narrating what they'd be doing, and I don't know, the whole thing was just, there was just constant hilarity. But it's kind of funny, like, now that I think about it, it kind of was, like, a bit of a precursor to streaming, right? In a lot of ways. Also, I'm realizing my calcite's not getting to the end of the fucking belt here, man. Yeah, we're out of copper. Because we're using more than one belt of calcite. Hold on. We need another calcite belt. Do I want to run it above or below? Hold on. How do you see the ID? You used to be able to see it by... I remember if you're in a Counter-Strike game, you can open the console and type status. And that would give you a list of everyone that was in it and their ID. We're definitely going above, for sure. Yeah, we'll run it above. Wild variety mods? I never really played many of those. I was like a super vanilla guy. I guess I kind of have a habit of doing that, you know. Just being Mr. Vanilla Man. But yeah, I never played like a bunch of modded tapes. I just played like a lot of vanilla. Mainly played Sniper. I was like a huge Sniper main. Your Steam ID has 17 numbers? It's the last ones. Like, it'll be like one number, then a colon, and then another number, then a colon. And then the last string. That's the one. My Steam can almost drink? I mean, probably mine too. In fact, I think mine almost definitely can. I can't see the first purchase. How do you see first purchase? How do you see oldest game? See, this is wrong because the playtime stuff wasn't there when Steam came out. They added it some years later. So, like, the really old games don't have accurate playtimes, obviously. How do you see when it's made? I don't really look at this stuff often. Like, my profile or something? Sort by date added to library on your games. I don't know. Apparently I'm bad at this. Wait, oh, part. How did you manage to look that up? That's fucking creepy that you managed to, like... Yeah, that actually is my number, yeah. 88315. That is me. Steam DB info? Huh. And you just type in Superbad Hobbit? Yeah, I mean, I guess that'll get you me. I didn't realize you could look up other people's IDs that easily, but yeah. Yeah, 88315 is me. The 5-digit Steam ID. Does it say when my account was created? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. But I was just looking in Steam itself. I was trying not to use one of the third-party sites, but I guess that's probably the easiest way to figure it out. I have a private profile? Do I? I didn't even realize it was private. Here. Easy way to tell. Day Steam went public. Or Steam was released. September 12th, 2003. Okay, that's when I made my account. Because I know I made it the day it was released, yeah. Yeah, September 12th, 2003. Yeah, my account is old enough to drink. My account's 23 years old. Well, 22 and a half, I guess. But yeah, I know 100% I made my account, you know, the day Steam was released, yeah. Oh, it's not connecting because of this. Yeah, these use more calcite than I realized, man. I didn't think it was gonna run out like that. Like, holy shit. Might as well get rid of the splitter now. How do you find out about the date of origin? I literally just Googled Steam release date. Because I know I made my account on day one. I don't know how you find out your date within Steam. Like that's what I was looking for. I was doing it on my other monitor because I didn't want to accidentally like show like my billing information or anything like that. But yeah, if there's a way in Steam to show when your account was created, I'm not familiar. I don't know where to find it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Mouse over the years of service. Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, there you go. There, I can show you right there. Yeah, there you go. Exactly what I said. Can you see that? The text is really small. I don't know if you guys can see that. But yeah, right as I said. September 12th, 2003. Day one Steam account. I guess that technically makes me old school these days. Although, it doesn't feel like it was really that long ago. But yeah, I've been on there forever, man. Console level, yeah. Joined 6th of May 2005, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was hugely into Counter-Strike. If you weren't into Counter-Strike, you probably didn't get Steam on day one. I was hugely into Counter-Strike. We used to play Counter-Strike on the school computers when I was, like, in middle school and high school. You know, back when it was, like, a new thing and, like, the administration and shit hadn't, like, cracked down on it yet and stuff. Like, we used to, like, you know, go on recess or during our break times when we had off periods with no classes. And there would just be this constant, you know, CS LAN party going on in the school computers in the fucking computer lab. And the fucking computer administrators would sometimes participate in it too. Because they were just like dudes in their like, you know, late 20s. You know, right? So, yeah, we would all play Counter-Strike on the fucking school computers. It was glorious, man. I feel sorry for kids that didn't have like a similar experience like that. Those were the fun days, man. Our entire class was doing it too. Like literally everybody. Like it wasn't like, oh, it was just like the computer kids or like the nerds or anything like that. Everybody. I mean fucking everybody was you know, like participated to some degree. We were like super like huge Counter-Strike junkies. It was glorious. Your account can't drink? Oh, unlucky you. I played Counter-Strike. It was a mod. Yeah, 1.5. Up to, I think, 1.5 was before Steam. Am I remembering that correctly? Like, CS through 1.5 was pre-Steam. 1.6 was the Steam release, if I remember correctly. Well, that's when it made the jump to Steam, and you had to get Steam. I remember there were people who were opposed to it, yeah. Back in the day, who didn't want to get Steam, but... I never had a big problem with Steam back in the day. Like some other people did. And I just got it, and I've been on it ever since. Now it has, like, you know... literally all my fucking games are on Steam. Like, I make a point to buy things on Steam if possible. I think the only game I have played that wasn't really on Steam, the only games I've played recently that weren't on Steam was A, Path of Exile, because there was no Steam client when I started playing PoE, so I always played it off Steam, and Apex. And for Apex, I used the EA client because, well, A, it wasn't on Steam when I was playing, and also because it was easier to switch accounts. Gaiman was the Messiah? Yeah, it still is. Still is, honestly. I do think the cut that Steam takes is a little high, though. That is my one critique of Valve and Steam. I think they're a little greedy with their cut. I think they should take a little bit less as the cut for having the game on Steam. Like, I think it's 30% right now. I think it should be 20. I do think it's a little much. I think 20 would be fair. Once he dies, hopefully the world ends before then, man. I don't want to think about it. Millennial retirement homes are gonna have LAN parties? Yeah, we used to have, like, so many LAN parties, like, when I was in high school. Like, the glory days of growing up in the early days of personal computers, right? Like, we used to have, yeah, LAN parties, like, constantly at people's houses. There were, like, LAN centers that opened up that we would go to, like, when we were in high school. When we had our cars, we would all, like, drive to, like, the local LAN center after school and play until it got dark. Just playing, like, you know, CS and Battlefield and whatnot. The true glory days. Ben wins? Yeah, we already know. We already talked about it. Expenses on marketing? 30 is okay. Steam doesn't really market for you, though. But yeah. Like, it being listed on Steam doesn't mean marketing automatically. It depends on what he does at stake. Yeah, it really depends on who succeeds him. Like, that's the thing where, like, you know, it's the same thing in like, any situation like this. When you have, like, a good CEO, like, the very, very rare, you know, good CEO. It's like, yeah, he was a good CEO, but corporations are essentially dictatorships. Right? Like, a corporation is essentially, like, a complete, total dictatorship. Where one person has effectively all the power. So, you know, it just depends on what kind of person, you know, while Steam may be a benevolent monarchy right now, the question is who replaces them and how corruptible they are. Because we've all seen how things can go to hell. You guys remember when Google was, like, the company? Like, Google was, like, the best fucking company? Back when it was, like, you know, do no evil, the best email, the best, like, everything, the best maps? And now Google is just fucking garbage. Like, they became the evil. Like, Google search is garbage now. They've apparently deliberately sabotaged their search as well. I don't know if you guys heard about that. But they apparently deliberately sabotaged their search. Because if you get, like, wrong results, you search more times. And if you search more times, you see more ads. And Google is an ad company more than it's a search company. You know, same thing with Chrome, like, them blocking, like, ad blockers and shit. Like, fucking, they're like, endless fucking crusade. They're literal jihad against ad blockers. And fucking, like, yeah. They became what they initially sought to destroy. And I need to be careful what I say because I'm technically an employee of both Google and Amazon, right? Because I make content on Twitch and YouTube. Testing the freedom of speech here. Oh, yeah. Most cups are over shallows above the bird? Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Django. On Source 2 being royalty free? I wasn't aware it was royalty free. I mean, that's good. That's great. That's great. I mean, I guess they make so much money off Steam, they don't care about the royalties from that. You know, at least they're giving back in some way. Yeah, that's great. It would be nice if more fucking developers used engines like Source and Unreal and not fucking Unity. Anything but Unity. Jesus Christ. I have developed a burning hatred. The fire of 1,000 suns level of hatred for Unity over the past couple of years. Like, oh my god, dude, I hate Unity so much. The worst fucking game engine known to man. It's so bad. Like, every Unity game has issues. It's... Especially with AMD systems. Like, Unity in AMD is just... Oh, holy fuck. I hate it so much. Dude, on a trip is on a wheel, you take breaks and take a piss. True. And I get to set my own hours. I also get paid less. A lot less. Everyone thinks streamers make more money than they do. There's only like maybe like 2K people on Twitch that make enough money to, you know, for make like a livable amount of money off Twitch alone. Only about, I think, 2K or so. I know this from, you know, hearing other streamers talk about how much money they make at, like, you know, higher viewer levels, etc. I remember it was Pac especially talked about it a good bit once in one of his VODs. About how he, like, broke, like, the top 5,000 streamers for a while. And he still wasn't making enough money to, like, you know, own his own place kind of thing. But, yeah. That's a whole nother story. You haven't seen your game engine? No. What has been happening this stream? Lots of yapping. There you go. But Google maintains an illegal monopoly in the online search market. Must share anonymized search data and search engine with qualified competitors. Yeah, I don't know. I need to start using like DuckDuckGo and the other search engines board. Because, yeah, Google is definitely not what it used to be. The top people are wealthy? Yeah, the top streamers make insane fucking bank. Absolutely insane. But people think, like, you know, everybody makes that kind of money, and it's not true. Anyone under 1,000 viewers is, or so... Well, I mean, it depends on the country, really. It depends on the country. Because, you know, like, Twitch pays in American dollars, right? So if you live in a country that has a very favorable exchange rate for USD to your local currency, then you can get by with a lot less. But yeah, Pac lives in, like, Germany. And I remember him talking about, like, how he was, you know, broke the top 5K and, like, he still, like, you know, wasn't really making enough to, you know, to really have it be sustainable. Talk about insurance and taxes, yeah. So yeah, also actors, professional athletes, musicians, yeah. Any of these kind of like entertainment kind of industries, for lack of better words, they're always very top heavy. They're always very top heavy. Like the majority of actors don't make shit. Like 90% of actors, like, you know, basically don't make jack fucking shit. And a lot of them, you know, have a second job. You know, they'll bartend or, like, do something, you know, on the side in between gigs. But yeah, it's incredibly, very, very top-heavy industries. Where, like, the most popular people, like, are insanely rich, you know. And then everyone else is just struggling to get by. Hope you make it at 2K. Someday, man, someday. Thanks, though. I would be shocked if people around 2K viewers were under 100K a year. Based on what I can say, based on how much I get, relative to, like, you know, viewer count and whatnot, and what I've heard from other streamers, I don't think 1K is like 100K a year, unless they're getting like a lot of YouTube revenue. I'm talking Twitch only, by the way. Like, I'm not talking YouTube, right, or like anything else like that. But if we're talking Twitch only, no, I don't think people with 1K viewers probably are not making 100K a year. Almost definitely not. Like, I can almost guarantee you it's lower than that. Significantly lower. Like, it's probably over like 50K, but it probably isn't that much more. As I said, like, it's a lot more top heavy than people think. But I mean, it really varies, though. You know, because like some people have a very high amount of subs compared to their viewer count. Some people have a very low number of subs compared to their viewer count. Like, you know, there's ad money and there's sub money. Your ad money is directly proportional to your viewer count. Your sub money, you know, that's proportional to how much people like you, I guess. But yeah, I've seen people with like very high viewers and relatively low subs, and I've seen people with, you know, low viewers but relatively high subs. So I think I'm probably somewhere in the middle, but it's hard to tell for sure. But yeah. Oh, you said 2K viewers, 100K a year. Sorry, I thought you said 1K viewers, Jim. Or not Jim, Bean, my bad. Your names are the same color. Yeah, 2K viewers is probably pushing 1K a year, yeah. 100K, yeah. But 1K, yeah. Actually, I don't even know. I don't even know if 2K would be 100. As I said, it really depends on how many subs they have, I would say. It really depends on how many subs. I don't get any donations? No, I actually do get some. Not super often, but I do get some donations. My notifications for them are busted. I need to fix it. I keep forgetting about it, but actually thank you for reminding me. But yeah, I do have a donation like at the bottom, and I do get donations from time to time. It's just the notifications are fucking broken. So yeah, to anyone who's donated, obviously I appreciate it. Sorry that they're broken, but I think that's understood, you know. People have a 500 constant viewer stream full time. Yeah, I mean those people usually, generally, I would say anyone who's like under 1,000 viewers, has, you know, other sources of income, or like, you know, is I mean, usually, like, you know, you're also a very low maintenance person, right? Like, I am an extremely low maintenance person. I need very little to keep me happy. So. But yeah, it's a bit of a pickle, because the thing is, like, when you start streaming, obviously you're earning way less than minimum wage, for example, right? And as you stream, you're going to be earning way less than minimum wage for a very long time. I still earn less than minimum wage right now. Even if you add up all my YouTube, all my Twitch, all the donations, you know, the other donations I also get for the filter, even if you want to include those, all together, add it up, and then do my hours per month streamed, and then just multiply it by minimum wage. Oh, it's definitely less. It's definitely way less than minimum wage, though. But yeah. Yeah, I also don't do sponsored stuff. Dude, do you guys know what kind of sponsored shit you actually get? Like, all the fucking messages I get in my inbox from Twitch or from Stream Elements to do sponsored shit, it's all fucking mobile gacha shit. It's all fucking mobile gacha. Like, literally, like, 90 fucking % of the offers I get of like, hey, like, here's a sponsored offer you can participate in. It's always some fucking mobile gacha shit, like, every fucking time, man. Every fucking time. Yeah, I've gotten the Raid Shadow Legends messages, yeah, like, everyone fucking gets those. They actually pay slightly more than some of the others, which is why you see some streamers go for those. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I would do a sponsored stream if it was a game I'm interested in. But the idea of, like, you know, doing a sponsored stream for a game I'm not interested in, like, I don't know, it just feels so fake. I mean, that's basically what grifting is, isn't it? Like, me sitting here trying to sell you a game that I'm not interested in, that you're probably not going to be interested in, but they're giving me, you know, a little money to fucking yap about it, Like, if I ever do a sponsored stream, it'll be, like, a game I'm interested in. Like, if some RTS game was coming out and they were like, hey, we'll pay you to play it, I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. But, you know, as I said, it's all fucking garbage. It's all garbage. Everything you get. Everything you get here. Like, I will pull up my inbox on my other monitor here, and I can even tell you what are the most recent... What are the most recent, ones I've got. Oh, I think I might have filtered some of it out. Yeah, I think I forgot. I purged it the other day. I just mass deleted all of it. Here, let me see if I can find... how do I search again? Here, Stream Element sponsorship. For Doomsday Last Survivors. Yeah, and they always do this shit. They always do this shit where they give you a little money, and then, like, a ton of money for every new player. Like, they wanted me to play Doomsday Last Survivors. Here, I don't want to show my inbox, obviously, but this is the picture. Here, I will actually... This is what it looks like. I'll show you a little behind-the-scenes shit here. This is what it looks like. It's not even my username. It's like StupidFatHobbit2566. Like, what? Like, Doomsday Last Survivors wants to sponsor your stream. Get $20, and then $20 for every new user. And this is the picture they used to advertise their game. And whenever it's just some, like, fucking, some random attractive chick, you know it's just garbage. You just know it. You just know. You know? Like, this is what they look like. This is the crap that I get. That's Jill from Resident Evil? Oh, I didn't even know. Is it? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, like, half these games are just stolen assets, too. Yeah, half these games, but this is literally what they look like in my inbox, is like, it's shit like this, you know? Fucking, like, Doomsday Last Survivors. Come play Viking Rise. Earn $10 minimum, 20 guarantee. It's always a very tiny amount for playing it, you know, like $10 or $20, and then it's always some, like, you know, relatively big amount for every new user. Like, $20 for every new player? Like, think about that. So for every new player I get onto the game, they're giving me $20? Like, yeah, you just know these are just, like, super fucking, like, mobile pay-to-win gacha games with insane pay-to-win monetization, right? Because they're just fishing for whales. Right? They're fishing for whales. But yeah, that's like 90% of it. You also get all this fucking, like, you know, weird shit where it's like, you know, it'll be like, you can earn up to. It'll be like, not even guaranteed, it'll just like up to, and I'll be like, yeah, I see through that shit. But yeah, that's what it looks like. Well, that's what it looks like. Oh yeah. It's just like all the most junk games. Yeah, a lot of them just look like that. Yeah, a lot of them just look like. I'm looking through them right now. They're basically the same as that. Yeah. Yeah, here's one for Zenless Zone Zero. I know for a fact that's another gacha game, but yeah, you got the idea. Google her. It's almost 1-1. No, I take your word for it. I believe you. Yeah, exactly what Jenko said. Any game that sees a profit on $20 per new user is like, yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah, that too. What Smitty said. It's gonna be something where it's like, that user has to make an in-game purchase before you get paid. I'm like, yeah, I see right through this bullshit. You know? But, like, I mean, just think about it. Like, imagine I stopped playing Factorio and did, like, a stream for one of these gacha games. Right? You know? I probably would earn less, including the money they were giving me, than just from doing my normal shit. Because we'd have, like, 20, 30 viewers in here of just people who were, like, idling it just to support me, right? Or something like that. Like, no one wants to watch that shit. No one cares about that shit. Like, as I said, they're just fishing for whales. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to get, like, a mass amount of people into their game, knowing that, like, one single whale is going to get them, like, $50,000 once they get hooked. This is what it looks like these days in the age of, hyper monetization, pay to win games. It's fucking nuts. 2 hours of politics and then Factorio? Yeah, something like that. I don't think I've ever bought anything on the Google Play Store. When I was getting... Oh, I think I got, like, one app when I was setting up my phone. There was, like, one app that I was like, okay, this one's worth paying $5 for or something. And it was, like... It was, like, the main app. What do you call it? The one that determines your layout? The one where it determines how your phone is laid out? Like, the main organizing app, yeah, it was that, I think. Where I was like, okay, I really like this one, and they did a good job. Launcher! Yes, Launcher. That's what I'm looking for, yeah. It was the Launcher. I've bought one book. You can get a lot of books just searching for the PDFs on the internet. Like, I was recommending a book earlier when we were talking about the politics stuff, and... Yeah, I know it's available online, and someone even said they searched and found it online in PDF form. They're finally running out of science, yeah. Really, cryo is low. Hold on. Well, nothing looks wrong here. It looks nice and glorious. It's kind of funny, I can see the concrete pattern here, because I didn't remove the concrete. Yeah, it's actually cryo that's slightly low? Jesus. I need yet another cryo blade. Okay. We can do that remotely. Here, do this. First, paint that over. Increase size by buttons. If you have tiles selected, landfill, concrete, whatever, You can use plus and minus on your keyboard. This is why you have a numpad. I mean, I guess the... Yeah, the non-numpad buttons don't work, actually. This is why you have a numpad on your keyboard, guys. All that 10 key less shit, that's for casuals. Real gamers have numpads. You rebound it to shift plus scroll? Yeah, that's a good idea, too. Wait, doesn't shift plus scroll change quality, though? Or... What was the one to change quality? I fucking... Alt scroll, yeah, alt scroll was quality. My brain is, like, fried right now. Yeah. Yeah, I like my numpad. I like having an enter key close to my right hand. I will never give up my numpad. I actually use it quite a bit. Alright, let's get this last blade going. Because, yeah, we apparently don't have enough cryo. And it's kneecapping us a little bit. Shouldn't take long to get up. Well, depending on how lazy my bots are. Yeah, they have to take forever to recharge. Here they come. The concrete and ice platform was already down, though, so it shouldn't take too long. You have a separate numpad? Yeah, that works too. Shift scroll scrolls through blueprints? Yeah, but it probably works fine, because, you know, you either have a blueprint on your cursor, or you have tiles, right? It just depends on whether the game is happy with that, or whether it loses its shit. Alright, and we'll keep it connected to the separate heat networks for now to get it started. And then once it's started, we'll disconnect it. Yeah, 700 more entities. Did Gleba get rebuilt? No, that's going to be one of next week's main projects. Andy came up with a neat little fix that we deployed. That is basically pretty close to what I had in mind. It's actually a bit different from what I had in mind, but it works, which is what matters. Or at least it seems to work. We'll see if something jams. But yeah, for now it seems to be okay. Synchronized launches are always a good sign. Yeah, it's almost done. Just another 200 items. You can't type alt code symbols? Really? Huh. I don't know. I've always bought, like, full-size keyboards. I'm actually not super happy with my current one. Like, I had an old DOS that I used for God knows how long. People used to ask me what keyboard I had all the time when I used my old keyboard. Like, I used to get questions about it constantly. They were like, it sounds so nice. But then, it eventually died because I W-keyed people too hard in Apex. I'm not even kidding. This is actually how my keyboard died. I was W-keying people too hard in Apex, and my W-key broke. I'm not even kidding. I'm not memeing. My W key actually broke. Like, it stopped working. Like, I had to push it down really hard to get a signal. And, yeah. I couldn't really fix it. And I was playing, like, tons of Apex at the time. So, yeah, my W key fucking broke. So I wound up like looking into mechanical keyboards and thinking of buying like a really fancy one, but I kind of wound up with choice paralysis. There were just too many options, too many switches. I even bought a switch tester at one point, you know, with the different switches to figure out which one I wanted. And I eventually just said fuck it and just wound up buying another DOS. But the quality isn't the same as what it used to be. I'm not like super happy with this one. I really liked the old one, but yeah, they definitely went downhill a good bit. So I don't know. At some point I need to buy a better keyboard, but you know, the story of my life these days is the number of things that I need to do versus the time I have to do them is extremely out of balance. Like, I am constantly inundated right now with things to do and not enough time to do everything, so, yeah. Someday. Someday. Yeah, you even found the command, yeah. Had Blackwood Ultimates and Roger 3 and switched to custom a month ago, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of getting one of the hot swap keyboards where you can, like, hot swap the different switches, right? So that I could, like, try out, like, a ton of different switches and then just buy a ton of which ones I liked. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not super happy with this, but it's also not something I think about super frequently. The one thing I really hate about it is there's no win key on the right side. I didn't realize that until after I bought it. It has the stupid, like, function key, so I can hold down function and then get, like, volume up and volume down on my F keys. Which nobody fucking does. Completely useless bullshit. But yeah, it's annoying because every time I want to lock my PC, I have to, like, reach on the left side win key and then to the L. As opposed to just the right side win key, which is right next to the... to the L key, and it's like, like, god damn it, man. Sweet love sees me through. You like your Logitech? I like Logitech mice. I swear by Logitech mice. I've always been... I've never really, like... I've never bought a Razer mouse. I haven't really heard many good things about them, though. And I've, like, tried a couple at, like, friends' houses, and I didn't really care too much for them. But yeah, I've always been, like, Logitech mice. I have the big Anvil mouse right now. You know, what was it called? The 5, you know, the heavy one? What's the fucking name on it? I can't remember. 502. That one. Yeah, the 502. With extra weights. Yes, I do play shooters with this. I do play shooters with a heavy mouse. And yes, I do well. I am very unorthodox. Like, everyone's like, gotta have your super light mouse. Weighs as much as a fucking, like, you know, paperclip. It's got air holes in it, speed holes. It's got a spoiler on it to go faster. And here I am with my, like, half a kilogram mouse, you know, doing just fine. Ugh. Razer used to be good? Yeah. Taipan survived 8 years? Yeah. I kind of wind up going through mice, like, every couple years. The left click always kind of, like, eventually wears out. I mean, you could maybe, like, say that as a knock on Logitech quality or whatever, but I like the design of their mice. I like where they put their, like, buttons and shit. That's why I keep going back to them. They have good ergonomics and good button placement. But yeah, right now my current mouse, it's not the left click that's wearing out, it's my thumb button. Like on the G502. Like it's, it's this button that started to wear out. It double clicks sometimes. Yeah, it occasionally double clicks, which is like really annoying because I have it bound to close tab in my web browser. Like I have this bound to like next tab, previous tab, and then forward and back, and that's close tab, which is really nice because it lets me, you know, do things quickly. But yeah, that started to double click, so it's like I'll close one tab and it'll fucking close two tabs, and it's annoying. Do I not prefer a 12-button mouse? No, I mean, this one has enough. This one has enough. I used to like the mice that had like 4 thumb buttons. I was a bit hesitant buying this one because it only had 3, but it had the 2 extra buttons by the finger. Like, I can bring that back up again. Probably should not have closed it if we're still talking about mice. But yeah, like, I used to have the one that had like 4 side buttons here, and I liked that. But, yeah, this worked out really well. Because, yeah, as I said, I use this for forward, back, next tab, previous tab, and, close tab, like here. I open a bunch of tabs, I can cycle, you know, like that, close them, yeah. All using my mouse, all with one hand. It's nice. I recommend it. Do it if you haven't done it. The rubber gets dirty? I mean, I wash my hands pretty regularly. My keyboard and mouse don't get very dirty, I feel. But I feel like I probably shower and wash my hands more than most people, honestly. So, yeah. Is this me? No, because I don't think I've ever posted in the CS forum. What is this? What the fuck is this? I mean, hey, the man knows exactly what his setup is. Holy, he's like playing like his face is like 3 inches from the screen. But hey, the man knows exactly what kind of setup he likes. I'll give him credit for that. Logitech mouse micro switch replacement? Oh, I didn't know you could replace it that easily. Oh, thank you, yeah. Yeah, here, I'll Google it right now and I'll check it after the stream. Yeah, thank you. 12 thumb buttons? Yeah, I don't know. I've never got the MMO mice. The one thing that I really like about this mouse, this button is like right under your thumb. Like literally, it normally rests like directly under your thumb. This is like the perfect button for like sliding or for dodge rolling in games. Like it's so perfect for that. I've always rebounded like slide or dodge roll to that button. If a game has both slide and dodge roll, then I have to make a difficult choice. But yeah, it's really nice in that regard. Usually I have that, you know, that bound to that, and these are just like abilities and whatnot. You can put other abilities on that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I maybe wish it had one more thumb button, but yeah, I don't know. It's a good mouse. Like, it fits my hand like perfectly, and that's what really matters. Right. The ergonomics. Surprised we're still good on fluoro. I would have thought we would have started to run out by now. I mean, I did overbuild it initially, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, exactly, Smitty. Yeah, he's just being really disciplined on how he sets up his environment. Which is understandable. You know, when you play games at that level, like, you really, like, you know, you need to have your competitive setups be, like, pretty much identical to your home setups, right? Because you get used to, like, a certain level of friction on your mouse pad, you get used to, you know, your sensitivity especially, like, all that shit has to fucking match. Otherwise, you're, like, you're retraining muscle memory in the middle of a competitive match. It's never a good thing. You saw look at the process? Well, I mean, if I can't replace the Switch, then this mouse is getting retired, so, you know, I have nothing to lose. because yeah, it's started to get pretty bad, but yeah. It's just that one button, though. You have 15 and use them effectively, just have 2? Yeah. Yeah, having a smaller number of well-placed buttons is definitely better than having a large number of, you know, buttons that you don't use as much. You know what I used to have, actually? How many of you guys... Do you guys remember the old Logitech keyboards that used to have the G keys to the left of the keyboard? Like, to the far left? Where you would have, like, G1, G2? Yeah, the G15. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, yeah. Yeah, Logitech, G15. Yeah, those. The G keys on the side. Yeah, I used to have one of these for the longest time. Those buttons were super fucking useful when I was playing MMOs. Yeah, especially this one. This one had too many. But, like, this one, when it had, like, just, like, the 5, 6 keys on the side. Oh, God. Those were so useful when I was playing MMOs. Because you would just bind, like, your longer cooldowns to these. I'd always bind my longer cooldowns to my F keys. And then to these keys. And it was, like, it was so perfect. Because you could just reach over and hit it with your pinky. But then, after that, you know, I switched to mechanical keyboards, and Logitech was, like, really slow on the mechanical keyboard bandwagon. And, you know, once you go mechanical, you can't go back. You just can't. And I don't know. Maybe I should look into Logitech's modern mechanical keyboards. I don't know. But yeah, you could do macros on them, too. Yeah, that's right. You could do macros, like, super fucking useful. Yeah, you could record them live, too. I remember that. You had, like, macro record, macro 1, 2, and 3. So useful. You could either record macros, or you could direct bind them to certain, to other keys. No, yeah, I don't know if there is, but yeah, I'm way behind on keyboard technology. I mean, I never was really on top of it to begin with. I'm not like, you know, one of those, like, people with, like, 10 keyboards. I have literally 1 keyboard. Alright, you're good. Let's disconnect now. This is why I love the blade system so much, man. Like, you need one more production, just fucking slap another one down. And then just keep the pipes fed. And these are just raw materials, right? This is straight off the pump jack, that's straight off the pump jack. That technically isn't, but, yeah. It's been keeping up, at least for now. At least for now. I do think I need to eventually switch to what, you know, what Comrade was describing with the hot fluoro on the bus, and then having all the cooling internally is probably the better way to do things. But that's a longer story. And a really $700? Where are you looking? What the fuck? $700 keyboard is fucking insane. Alright, it hopefully should stabilize soon. I'm assuming it's cryo that's holding things up. So adding one more blade should hopefully be good. I'm gonna go back to 500k on these. 1 million is... The ships need to be moving faster. I need to keep an eye on that. and see if that's enough. Lower the number of machines. The main advantage of switching to a hot bus, in my eyes, is... Oh god, yeah, we're starting to see warning lights on Fluoro, potentially. The main advantage of switching to a hot bus is that you don't have to worry about pre-cooling the Fluoro. Because every blade will have the ability to cool its own Fluoro. Like, you only have to worry about these, only the initial processing. Like, currently, as I keep expanding the blades, this has to keep expanding as well. And that's, you know, a little more complicated. Here, I can move you pretty easily. Hold on. Are you Wi-Fi? Yeah, good. Okay. But yeah, like this shit I'm having to deal with right now, wouldn't have to deal with it if every blade had its own cool, you know, full cooling, right? That's essentially the advantage. That's the idea. But right now, what I'm trying to do is get some more beacons on these as a band-aid. You're fucking, you know, I'm done with the whole substation thing. Just leave ones there. We're officially embracing medium poles. I'm sacrificing my design principles for the sake of functionality. Why is it taking so long to make that beacon? Frame is like 144? Yeah, I could never go back to a worse monitor. I'm still seeing... I'm still seeing red lights at the end on the last two. Only the last two, though. The thing is, like, these produce so much more. This thing with only, like, 5 beacons is 1,000. This thing with 5 beacons, well, it alternates. This one with 5 beacons is 250. Like, you see the issue? Like, I have to keep scaling this. It's just way easier to have, like, extra cooling in the blade, right? It's just one more cryo. I'd have to rearrange this, but we can figure something out. I'm pretty sure I can, like, shift this over to the side or something. Or something, we'll see. I don't know, it's gonna be a pain in the ass either way. Can I put a tank in here? That's gonna break the heat pipe and... They're green now. I'm gonna do a little thick band-aid here. Here, give me get some tanks to like even out the uneven poles right now. That should hopefully help a little, yeah. Should have done that a while ago. But yeah, I do think Comrade is right. I do think he's right. It's something I've actually thought about quite a bit off stream. I do think that hot fluoro on the bus is the smarter design philosophy than cold fluoro. Biter emote? Oh god. I mean, if there's one already on 7TV, or like, I guess I could add it as mine. Why is it such a dark one though? Is that going to be visible? Yeah, I could add a biter emote. Should get like one of the big fat green ones though. So, yeah, same. It's the same number of machines, but yeah, easier to expand. Because as I said, you need very, very few of these. So this is like very easy to expand. This is more difficult because essentially for every blade I need to add a new machine, more or less. Alright, hopefully we're stable now. How quickly does Novice consume the cryogenic packs? 63,000 per minute? So a shipment of 500,000 lasts like 8.5 minutes or something? The question is, can one of the ships leave Novice, head to a Kilo, get that much science, and come back in 8.5 minutes? And that I'm not sure. Yeah, this level of SPM, the base consumes things so quickly. 7TV? Yeah, it's like the main site for like emotes and shit. It's the easiest way to add emotes to a stream. Was with the whole 7TV plugin shit. The big fat green one? Yeah. Yeah. Or I can make one at some point. I can make one. I need to get Photoshop fucking reinstalled on this PC. I had it on my old PC, but I don't have it on my new one. BTTV? Yeah, that works too, yeah. Yeah, we have both of those plugins on the stream. So yeah, BTTV and 7TV. Like those are the two sites for emotes and shit that are non-standard to Twitch. But yeah, we really should probably have a biter emote. With the amount of... I have like no Factorio themed emotes now that I think about it. I don't even have any PoE themed emotes. I have actually a lot of ideas for like adding emotes. I just need to sit down and add them. And, like, you know. Everything takes time though. Like when I added the Samwise emote, the bruh one, like I basically went and opened the movie, took a fucking screenshot, and then went into Photoshop and spent like an hour like carefully cropping around Sam's hair. You know, it takes time. It was the same thing with the lurker emote, right? I went into StarCraft, took a screenshot, and then literally spent like an hour like going pixel by pixel around the thing in order to get it like in order to get it perfect. Yeah, I just gotta sit down and do it. Anyway, I think that's a good song. Very good song to end it on. Nice little lullaby song. So thanks for watching and hanging out, guys. Little quick mini announcement kind of thing regarding the state of the Megabase for all you YouTube watchers as well. So up until this point in the Megabase run, I have streamed everything, or just about everything. As I've said before, there was like 1 or 2 streams where I forgot to start the YouTube recording at the same time I started the Twitch. So they're missing like the first 30 minutes or something, and then there's a couple streams where I had to crop some stuff out, cut some stuff out because of copyright issues. But generally, pretty much everything I've done has been on stream, so you could, follow the development and keep up with it. If I've ever had an idea of like something to do in the game, I have written it down and then done it on stream. And not done it off stream, just so people can, can follow the base development in its entirety. But now we're at the point... So here's the thing. When I go to 6 million SPM, we cannot run 5 Promethium ships anymore. Like, right now we're running 5 ships. I am pushing... pushing pretty high update time. Yeah, we're getting up there. We're at like, 14, 15, sometimes even starting to grace 16. When we have literally 5 Promethium ships running at once. So there's 4 that are in the weeds right now. So basically what this means is, if I go to 6 million SPM, we're not going to be able to run Promethium at the same speed, right? Like, yeah, we will be able to burst run it at 3 million SPM instead of 2 million, but my overall total SPM generation from Promethium is going to be less than it is now when we go to 6 million, because we won't be able to run 5 ships at 60 UPS. So we're at Research Prod 74 right now. We're about to finish that. But yeah, we're very much kind of in the plateau phase of the Megabase, where we're, I've used this term a lot, where we're just clocking and doing optimizing. But what this means is that I think we're at the point where I should start running the game off stream, when I'm asleep and shit, just to get the Promethium research a bit higher, and maybe the robot speed too. Right, so, yeah, so this is now the point, and I think it's a good point for it, because this is stream number 50 of the Megabase, so yeah, first 50... We're all nice and perfectly on stream, but I do want to get like low 80s, maybe even 90 research prod at some point. So yeah, the game just needs to run. And that's why I've also like been heavily I haven't talked about it much, but it's why I've been heavily like focused on the Promethium ships these like past couple days, and just making sure everything is actually not going to blow up if I don't, watch the computer right actively. So we should be good. So yeah, starting after this stream, I will try to run it as much as I can so that we can, get those Promethium levels and maybe some robot speed up levels up a bit as well. So yeah, when you see me next, when we see each other next on Factorio, hopefully I'm up to like research prod like 75, 76 or something like that. But yeah, I think we should get to much higher research prod before we switch to, the final-ish setup, right? So, yeah, that's where we're at. But yeah, there's still a good bit to do. We still need to clock, all our non-Nova sciences, potentially clocking yellow and purple as well. Potentially swapping orange and cryogenic to uncommon as well. So yeah, there's a good amount to do, and we'll be tackling all that next week along with redesigning the Gleba blade head to be probably a flow-through design. Green biter emote, the head got cropped. Did it? Yeah, I mean... I don't know how animated emotes work versus static ones. The only ones I've uploaded so far are static, but... I'll try to look into it over the next couple days. Anyway. That's where we're at. That's just letting you guys know. We are now going to start running the game off stream and while I'm asleep. So we can get slightly higher research levels. But yeah, I will raid... well, probably our boy Mucky. Yeah, let's raid Mucky. And I'll see you guys later this week. Another good song to end, I guess. We're just gonna let this keep running. It's not gonna be running 100% of the time, by the way, while I'm, because obviously, if I want to happen to play another game or something, can't have Factorio using up literally all my CPU. Actually, I maybe can. Because we, you know, there's still a lot of cores that are being unused, so it might actually be fine. We'll see. I'll run it as much as I can. That's my promise. I'll try to run it as much as I can. Hopefully no Promethium ships blow up.